Good morning, everybody. Hey, VTSS. You know what? I only just got started myself. We consolidated some assets and cleared 31 West. That's probably the biggest objective over the past couple streams here. All the way from the military checkpoint to our current location, 31 West has been cleared. And then there is some commercial right here past the checkpoint that I've actually never been on my previous characters, so I went to clear that. Otherwise, a lot of base work at Jericho. That's a lot of that. A lot of base work. Okay, I need to get a tailoring station set up. That is something that's been on the agenda for a while. Stage one of that is to just get some storage. Oops. Got our crate builder here with all the necessary metalworking stuff to build a ton of crates. We might need more than that, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Spinning wheel would be nice, but I don't know if I need... Do I need a... I don't need a wheel for that. Cool. I just need 3 long sticks. I got 1 already. Yeah, this qualifies. This is a long stick. Gotta be carved. Alright, that's a spinning wheel. Now, next, I want a loom. I hate the way they look when we have to build them ourselves, but if I want to use the flax that I brought with me, then we're going to need a loom. That's going to be some more long sticks and rags. I think that's probably one of the reasons I actually had some rags collected here. In addition to the fact that I'm probably running low on the stacks. Yeah, I have one stack here. Bunch of long sticks up here. Saplings, actually. Because I usually prefer not to burn them for charcoal unless I just need to, like, top off the last set of 9 sticks or something like that. That way I still have a few left over for things like this. So, like I said, it looks really ugly, but it is necessary if I want to turn this flax into thread. That's really what I want is thread. We got the spinning wheel there. The spinning wheel can turn sheep's wool into thread, but the best way to get thread is to just have a literal ton of flax and turn that into thread. Yeah, this is the last spool of thread we have right here. It probably wouldn't be too hard to find more if we found, like, the right residential location. But that's neither here nor there. We have the ability to make 1 billion, and we should be able to exercise that ability. See, 1 crate might not be enough. We already have this crate at 80 out of 104 encumbrance, so it's going to be difficult to operate with just 1. What I might end up doing is doing 2 crates for the tailoring area. Maybe. We'll see. I mean, TBA. Okay, that's not bad at all. We got just about everything that I wanted into the crate. There's just some tailoring related clothing that I was planning on either repairing or trying to do something with later. And then everything in this bag here just needs to get cleaned up or tossed in the washing machine. We were trying to regain weight, and we're being very successful at that. We're at 78 kilo. I would like to not overdo it this time. I don't want to go to the opposite end of the weight spectrum and become a fatty again. So, staying easy on that. The other thing we'll need to make thread, or it's not just thread, but it's also, we'll need a butter knife, actually, as weird as that might sound. We can make our own, but here we are, we found one earlier. I'll make my own if I must, but otherwise, put that in there. Oh, that's only going to be for if we need to actually process the flax, but we don't because all the flax we brought with us is already processed. So I'm just going to make 4 spools of thread out of the heckled flax, some of the heckled flax we brought with us. So now I've got all the thread that I'll need for the short term here. Now, when it comes to rags, rags are rather easy to get large amounts of. You've just got to go to the nearest house and steal all of the curtains. And, well, when it comes to residential, we got a lot of residential in the area. So things like rags, that's just a curtain heist away is all that is. Alright, it's about 1,800 hours right now. Calculating my next course of action here. I don't want to get too bogged down on base work if we've got other things we could be working on. Namely things like fighting, but we also don't have a lot of daylight. I'll do a patrol of the local area. That's an easy thing that will definitely be a dub. I'm going to bring up b42map.com. Lovely website. What we're looking for specifically today is the safe radius of gunshots around our base, because we have a base with animals in it. And I would like to know exactly how far away from the base I gotta be to ensure that the animals will never be bothered by my gun shooting. So the animals are in the backyard of this residential here. So we go to Tools, Sound Radius, Shotgun, and since I'm focusing on the south and the east-ish area, I'll click in that corner of the fence. So that's the far corner of the yard. So I do got to be a little past the gas station. Now the shotgun, I believe, is the loudest gun. I don't know how close to a shotgun the rifle is. I assume it's pretty close. So if I want to be shooting, we are definitively past this intersection. And surprisingly, pretty far in this direction. It does not matter how many fences there are. Your animals will get bothered no matter what. Morning, resident. How's it going? We're about to do a patrol of the local area here. Now, we have already killed most of the Zeds out here, but we also haven't tried to lure them out with lots of noise. Eval the parking lot back here and see if there are any hidden gems. Nope, it is a ghost town back here. Yeah, there's a couple of standards, but... Hey, Tio, how's it going? That looks like a potential survivor group. Or maybe it's just Louisville. This could always just be Louisville being Louisville. Yeah, I don't see nobody with a bag. I'll just scout out the area for now. Make use of the good weather and the good visibility. It's a pawn shop. It's a small one, but it checks out. Very small. I've come to associate that Loans Cash jewelry sign with a neuron activation. I did see a step van around the corner there. We got a D6 up here. I'm about to do something really risky here. I do not recommend doing this if you don't know what you're doing. Driving down a 2-tile drivable space in an area that I'm not very familiar with. Because shit like this will happen. We'll get through, but we've got no choice but to bump some people. And I don't like that. But, no hard blockades. You cannot always trust that that'll be something that's a regular hiker. It's usually the fanny pack that gives them away. I don't often see survivor zombies with fanny packs. Not to say they're not a thing, but I don't see them very often. 7108, how's it going? We're just doing some scouting for the moment. Nothing major. Ooh, look at what we found, boys. I never found one of these on Nora, only Annie. Okay, where are we at? I don't know how I feel about the game getting automatically paused when you open the map like this. On one hand, I don't hate it. On the other hand, I have feelings about that. Because you see, I actually kind of liked the fact that it didn't automatically pause before. Because it, you know, you had that panic moment of, oh god, I gotta mark something, but there's 500 zombies behind me. What do I do now? Do I just scribble something really quick? Oh, whatever. Can't do that in multiplayer, so you also can't fast forward in multiplayer. Trade-offs. Ah, police department over here. Okay. Interesting. For some reason, I doubt that... I want to say that that's not why we saw that SWAT van there. But I don't know. Well, yeah, it only does it now. Like, that's like 42.18, I think. Or maybe 17. I actually can't remember. But it's very recent. You've always been able to pause it, like if you would hit F2. And that was always confusing because if you would hit escape, which is what usually people would hit if they want to pause a game, that would just pull you out of the map. But you could hit F2 instead, and that would just pause it like it does now. I'm guessing that the game director, just, you know, I like to attribute things to him. I'm guessing that he was like, well, if we're going to let people pause, why not just make it so it automatically pauses? That's, I don't know. I like to attribute the more recent common sense changes to our new game director. It could just be the Brits just doing things that they've always thought about but never got around to. Nothing against the Brits, of course. But every once in a while it takes the Yanks to show them how it's done. After all these centuries, they still don't have a proper constitution. And that's why things suck over there right now. Well, one of many reasons. Political hot takes. That's what we're here for, right? It feels so great now that I don't have to think about stealing helmets from these biker zombies anymore. Hello. That was damage. Alright. No other strategic resources located. I think our only subject of interest from this scouting so far has just been that SWAT van, which is definitely a find. What I'm hoping to find, this is something that Nora did not, or I'm sorry, that Annie didn't find. When Annie found a SWAT van, she did not find any SWAT bulletproof vests. SWAT bulletproof vests, I mean, there's nothing particularly special about them. They're just, it's the only way to get black bulletproof vest limb armor. And of course, you guys know my obsession with certain armor colors and color combinations and whatnot. That is, even for something that I might never wear, like bulletproof vest limb armor. I'm here for it. Back at Jericho, I have one of every color. Just because I can. And it also got me tailoring experience, so there's that. I'm just going to continue exploring residential for the immediate moment. We'll have daylight for at least another hour here. Hey, survive a house. Okay. That's not too far from Jericho. That's actually equidistant from the last one. Not bad at all. All right. Hey, good morning, Mario. was pretty good scouting op. We located two pretty close targets that we want to take a look at. We've got a SWAT van down Gray Street, and the corner of Lantern and Star there, we got a survivor house. To be entirely honest, we may have driven right past one or two other survivor houses that I didn't catch eyes on. So we'll definitely be taking another look at some of those roads some point today. In the meantime, 2100 hours now. What I'm going to go do is clean up my truck really quick. I'm going to go steal one of the step vans that we... Thought I heard a sound of a zombie slapping a metal barricade for a second there. But, nope. Okay. I was thought-canceling moment there. I was going to, we're going to go steal one of the step vans from the, printing press. Oh, that's not a zombie, it's the dryer. The dryer is still running. Alright. And if we're going to steal a vehicle, we need a race car for best efficacy. So as you can see, we are doing pretty good on repairing Citrus Wave here, but it still needs a little work. The white step van here is a donor board. I've not finished pulling parts off of it, so it's going to stay here for now. But at some point, we'll be done with the white step van, and I'm going to throw it out because the engine quality was too low. We've got much better engine quality options in the area, so I don't need to be stuck in the save every single step van mentality. Nah, right now, when I look at them, they're just potential part carriers. So now we get to observe our lovely work on 31 West here. Now, I say it's clear, but I have not actually gone into the cemetery yet. Y'all will know when I've cleared the cemetery when a pallet of gold bars appears in my base. I'll probably be able to turn the sound down at some point. If you guys hear the game sound coming through my mic, I usually don't have to turn the game sound up this loud. Problem is, today, the landscapers are outside running their heavy machinery, lawnmowers, whatever, weed whackers. They're coming and going. They might be done. And then, of course, I'm also running a fan. I'm getting ahead of it. I don't know if anybody else in the United States is getting hit by the same heat wave that I am, but, yeah, Northern Virginia had a very nice, well, nice. Some people would find it nice. I find it absolutely abject misery. Northern Virginia's getting hit by a bit of a heat wave over the past couple days. You would have thought it was already dead summer. I think we looked at this one and it was not, it did not meet the standard. M-Kid, how's it going? Engine quality 39. This is absolute dog water. It's got some okay parts. A couple. I'm just going to steal glasswork. And maybe come back for suspensions if it turns out that I really need them. I actually did not find out exactly what it was outside. What I went by was how bad the temperature differential got indoors when my AC failed to keep it cooler, what I set it to. At one point, not just for the memes, but I prefer my indoor environment to be 69 degrees Fahrenheit. I promise it's not just for the memes. It's just genuinely what I prefer. The temperature it ended up getting stuck at for about half the day was 75. So that's about 6 degrees warmer than it was supposed to be, because my AC was just failing to keep up with it. Usually that doesn't happen until well into the 90s outside. Yeah, this is full of great parts, and the engine quality by itself is already pretty fine. So we're just going to repair this one, and this one is our next ammo carrier, because we're desperate for another ammo carrier. We've got a lot of cartons of ammo just sitting on the ground. I don't know if I've looked at the other one yet. Doesn't really matter. We'll find it. It already looks like it's got good parts on it. Yeah, humidity is... and the high ceilings in this apartment they're not helping me. They've never been a good thing. Some people love the appearance of high ceilings, and in a different world I would be one of them. But now when I look at high ceilings, all I see is a heat trap. When I finally start my house hunting trips, I will not be I will absolutely not be looking even a second time at anything that has high ceilings. Oh my god. Yes, no, I would not survive. I'm already dying here in the swamp. And the worst part is my parents moved to Florida, so if I actually wanted to live anywhere near my own family, I would have to accept double what I'm dealing with now. Well, double the differential, I suppose. That's the best way to phrase it. There are still skeletons in the road, so we do want to not bumpity-bump too much. To be entirely honest, there's a few things about myself that I could adjust to deal better with the heat, but the thing is, I don't want to. That's like, I feel like it should not be too tall of an ask for my air conditioning to be effective. But well, that's just modern first world expectations being disappointed. Nothing new there. I considered buying a window unit, but that's a lot of money. And if I buy the right house when I go house hunting, then I should not need such a thing in the future. So it would be only a short-term asset. I'm more interested in the long term here. Alright, we'll get this thing hot wired, put a little gas in it, and all these ammo boxes on the floor will not have to be on the floor anymore. Nightmare at 110. I'll deal with that. I'll deal with that. I'll carry an extra coffee. We'll just drink it after our second sleep. Of course. I've missed a spot. Car key is required. Car key is required. Well, I got your car key right here. Now, while those other batteries we just picked up are charging, in the meantime, we've got a perfect one here that we can stick in there so we can get it up and running now. I'm going to take it down the road, fill it up. So we just need a couple of liters in there. If you only have one window to work with, make sure it's the driver's side. Just leave the engine parts over here for now. That's where I'm going to be doing most of the mechanics work. So, still in weight gain, 79 kilo. I believe this van is one of the ones that lie about the gas port. Does not visually show one on this side. Visually shows it on the other side. And yet, I believe this is going to be the correct side here. Well, did you look at that? That's the correct side. I don't trust this area, so we're not going to be fast forwarding very much. Just a light bulb. And the trunk is already in perfect condition, so we just need to load up the ammo and maybe get it a new window at some point here. says there's 185 on the floor here, but the loose ammo van, the black one over here, has been carrying cartons as well, and those need to be removed. Perfect, perfect. I'm pretty sure that I've successfully removed most, ammo from the seats. Let me double check that. Yes. Should be uniform across all of them here. No, it's not. Okay. Good to know. So we still got ammo on the seats for at least 2 vehicles. Now that we're at something approximating a final destination, these vans will have to be moved a little less often. So it's a lot easier to have them in trunks, because we've got plenty of trunks now. There's yet another Kentucky Herald truck that we can go pick up. We're probably approaching a point where I can start just having a specific van for individual calibers. I don't know if I'm quite at that point yet, but that would be kind of cool. Newspapers are actually a bomb-making material, specifically for smoke bombs. I don't usually go out of my way to pick them up, but when they happen to fall in my lap, that's where they end up going. Yeah, it is. Remember, there's nowhere else on the map that I have a need to build a large base for. We're done with Muldraugh, we're done with West Point, and we're done with, you know, Ekron, Irvington. Those are all the biggest cities outside of Louisville. Anytime I build a base, it's usually because there's assets nearby. Everything else is mostly field outpost. But I do still have some roasts in the freezer. I'll thaw one, but it may end up that I'm starting to start worrying about how fat I'm getting. And there's also some of these veggies I pulled out of the freezer that we're going to need to do something with. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh, fuck my life. Oh, Jesus Christ. I am so glad that I'm not losing health right now. I just ate. That roast was not cooked. I could have fucking swore that I cooked that. Oh my god. That, I'm not even kidding. That could have been life-threatening. That was a life-threatening mistake I just made. Eating, even though it was only a quarter of it. That was a life-threatening mistake right there because we have weak stomach. I almost never think about the trait weak stomach because it's almost never relevant. But if you eat uncooked food, it's suddenly very relevant because that could fucking kill you. But we're not losing health, so... if a sickness noodle pops up, eat an antibiotic. Oh, I think we have one. But antibiotics only help with wound infection, I think. If I had one, it would be in here. I'm going to hold on to it. Lemongrass. I do think I... do I have lemongrass? I don't know if I have lemongrass. Antibiotics will prevent everything but zombification. Is there a delayed effect? Because last time that I did this, I've only ever done this once before, and it was a long time ago. It was before I even started live streaming. And what happened was I instantly started losing health. Like, it was instant. It was eggs. I was subsisting on eggs at the time, and I accidentally mixed uncooked eggs in there with the cooked eggs. And I instantly started losing health, and I couldn't understand why. And it wasn't until debug mode that I actually figured out why. But I'm not losing health, so I feel like I might have dodged a bullet there. Yeah, that's what I thought, KTO, is that I would already be sick by now. Yeah. So I think we just got really lucky there. It also, I don't know, maybe we confused the system because it was already in process of cooking. I thought it was just thawing, but no, it was actually cooking. I'm not gonna... I was actually thinking about foraging for lemongrass. I think we're gonna be fine. I'll just keep the antibiotics in my inventory, in case there's a delayed reaction or some shit, and I have to... And I feel like I should take it as soon as I wake up or something. But no, we're looking good. Yeah, don't eat uncooked food, folks. Don't eat uncooked food. Not good for you. Even if you are, even if you don't have the weak stomach trait, it's still not good for you. But this roast has now been cooked, so it's good. Yeah, no, you're 100% correct. Complacency is a killer in many forms. But otherwise, we're looking good here. Alright, that's food for about half a day. The salad we just made is already in the freezer. I'm going to make another one because there's still a couple of leftovers that I want to use up before it goes bad. Oh, that's... I was right to start using it up because the rabbit meat that we used in yesterday's salad is already dead. Ah, there you go. Okay, fair enough. Good to know. So I've got a salad and the rest of this roast. That'll be good enough for the rest of today. To be honest, I don't remember exactly what I did with the lemongrass that I planted myself. Ah, right here. It was in a variety bag. You know what? I'll take like 6 out of here. And leave it in the fridge, maybe. I don't ever want that to happen again, but... But, you know, it's fine. 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 I never wanted it to happen in the first place, and it did anyway, so. Once has nothing to do with it. Okay, we've got good weather today. We have good weather. And what does that mean? That means I want that SWAT van. That's what that means. I realize I never even turned on my streaming lights. Doesn't make that big of a difference. Especially not when I'm wearing a light shirt. Something did feel off, and that was probably it. I think these are done. Alright. Urban fighting is going to call for armor. So we're on Waverly right now. I wanted to be on gray. So I'll turn down sweater here. See if we can establish a clean angle of approach down to the SWAT van. For anybody joining, welcome. We are doing some Louisville residential today. And our current target is a SWAT van that we spotted yesterday afternoon. That's going to take us past the school here. School always has plenty of Zeds in and around. See, it's this kind of a moment where I really wish I could get a elevated fighting position and shoot over small trees, but I don't think that's possible. I've tried it, and sometimes I can see zombies over small trees, but my targeting capabilities don't feel like they're extant. We're very close to Longblade 10. I've never had that on any of my characters before. I'm looking forward to it. I've never found Longblade 5, the book, so I've never had a very solid opportunity other than massive endless grind. It might be a little presumptuous to say that we'll get it today, but we have a chance. I mean, we're pretty high. We're at 7832. Target is 9,000.
Hey! Hey!
That firefighter in there doesn't seem to want to take a hint. I never did gear up. I'm actually thinking about building a tower here, even if I can't shoot over the trees. If I were to fight from the gas station, I might not be able to do that either. From the gas station would be within, let me take a look at where we're at right here. So I'll just put a little G here for the gas station. Jericho's up there. And we pulled up earlier B42map.com and we put down a shotgun radius. And we need to make sure that we do not discharge any guns within that radius because we do not want to bother our animals. So we do, okay, we do actually have a safe space in this absolute corner here. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. See, there are a lot of zombies in this general direction that we could deal with. If we had an elevated shooting position, that would be difficult for them to get to. But the second part there, difficult for them to get to. That would require a significant amount of effort. It's not just about going up on the roof, because you go up on the roof of any one of these houses, whatever means you use to get up onto the roof, they'll have no trouble closing in around you and using that same means. It's right here at this gas station that I could possibly make a, some stairs in this corner, and then they have to go around the fence or just stand there and slap the fence. Or come from the other side, which, well, that'd be a little difficult without them slapping their face against a fence first. They'd probably figure it out. I'm weighing the pros and cons of that. See, B42 map does not show any of the extra trees that will show up after a period of time there. And of course, the worst part about all that is an elevated fighting position does nothing for me if I'm trying to do long blade. So I'm probably going to think a little less about that. And to the right. Door? No, the gym right here doesn't have any doors that are going to be closed because it's looted and trashed.
Hey!
Just kind of bring those guys out this way. It's 3 fast from the left there. I know my speeds. Now, I have been interested for a while in a long-sleeved t-shirt that so happens to have a hole in the chest, holes in both chest slots. I've felt like we'll have no problem finding one of those on a zombie at some point, but when is some point going to be now? I might as well take a peek while we're at this. Don't want to be pushing too deep in this direction. Just want to take a chunk out of the yard of the school where we can do so with easy access to the road still. Can't deny that I'm also looking for some long sleeve tees. But now that I'm actually looking for some, we'll probably never find any. It's always how it works here. The moment you start specifically looking for something is when it completely stops showing up. And that's okay. We'll find it eventually. At the very least, I know of a specific type of long sleeve tee that you can see from a very long distance. They call it super color long sleeve tee, like the long sleeve shirt variant of the. They're like bright cyan or bright pink, and it's considered like part of a sporting gear. And you can see those from a mile off. They're not overly common, but when you see them, you'll know them. Now, if I do happen to see a zombie with a shirt of any kind that I really want, I can actually help make sure that it has the maximum correct amount of holes. I can pull out my knife, which I normally wouldn't use. My short blade is not good at all. But in this case, the fact that it would take extra hits means that I have extra chances to poke holes in the clothing. For example, that guy over there in the pink shirt. Kill him last. Long sleeve t-shirt with 7 holes in it. That might be it, boys. Find out. Actually, I think 7 is that's like every single slot. I think that's every single slot, which is actually good. That means when we fix it, we'll get the maximum repair value. You finished your bases. Oh, hell yeah. Take a look. Let me back up a little bit out of stink range here. What do we have here? Not bad. Not bad at all. The tall lockers are going to block your character when you're standing in front of them, and it also blocks other decorations. So I wouldn't have done that myself, but I don't dislike it. I mean, tall lockers visually look really cool. Yeah, the whatchamacallit, the south wall, placing like storage on the south wall has always felt so strange to me, especially because in my current base, I'm actually doing it, but Jericho's got 1 billion square miles to work with. Otherwise, it's pretty cool. I like the painting in the mahogany right there. The frame of what's it called? Frame of Man Before Waves. It matches the mahogany baseboard there. There is a mahogany bar cabinet you can find somewhere. That's probably something I would have looked for myself. I'm assuming you've got iron bars on the windows. I can't really see it very well. Dining on the pool table. I can't see if... yeah, we can zoom in a little bit. I'm assuming that you might have found some of those pool cues inside of zombies, because that's where I tend to find them very often. I don't seem to find them very often at actual like bars, you know, where they have pool tables. The number of cues seems to be absurdly low. Good placement on the water infrastructure. Very good placement on that. You can just walk outside upstairs. Second floor. Wait a minute. Is my browser just broken? Is my browser broken because I've never been able to open like larger views. Are you guys able to open larger views when you click on these community posts? Because in my case, maybe it's just a Firefox problem, but I have to do this, and it never gives me the larger, the one in the pool rack is from a Zed. Very nice up here. The library. Whatchamacallit, the forge is in a similar place. You gave a custom barn for the aminals. This animal trailer mod looks pretty. And this is Rosewood gas station. I'm a big enjoyer of the. Now, did you have to replace the floor to do the carpet, or did the Yeah, see, look that you missed a spot on replacing the floor down there in the bottom corner. Oh man, having to replace the floor in this place, I have always hated that. But it's worth it if you can get it looking pretty. The bar looks a little bit difficult to get to, but we're dealing with a small amount of space here to begin with. You definitely did more with the second floor of that than I ever would. I don't know if I've ever touched the second floor. Looks nice though. Not bad at all. Very nice, very nice. We're just going straight down this road, aren't we? Yeah, we're just going straight down gray here, and we're already halfway there. So the target is the diamond right there. Now the school itself is actually marked on an annotated map if we click here. I mean, it's an annotated map pointing me towards tools. I have more than an entire Electromax warehouse worth of tools, and I can make my own, but hey, why not? Maybe the creepy janitor shack has more than tools in it. We'll definitely take a look at that at some point. Yeah. Going down base design can be a rabbit hole if you let it be one. All right, so this is where this is where I start to run into the physical limits of long form content like this when it's in the middle of a heat wave. Can't really see this on camera, but my wrist is getting ever so slightly sweaty, and that's not good. The mouse pad will get increased friction. Give me just a second. I'm going to try to just cool myself down a little bit. I'm going to reposition the fan and maybe put on something cooler. So I'm just going to be right back. I'll just be like 2 minutes tops. And then we will resume, and hopefully I'll be able to go a little longer without overheating. But unfortunately, this is a bad sign. It's not even 10 a.m. yet, and I'm already overheating. So not a good sign, but we'll see how that plays out. Give me just a moment, folks. Alright, I'm back, folks. I appreciate everybody sticking around. So that's stage 1 of countermeasures against the heat. I've got several other stages if it gets warmer. One thing that's rather silly, but actually works, is I have an array of case fans that I've actually converted into a desk fan. I used to use it back at my old office, the one that used to be down the road from me, before they shut the building down. So it's just been sitting there unused. If it gets to that point, if the heat wave that we're currently dealing with in my area gets any hotter and starts threatening my comfort during a long play here. Well, that's a rather significant meta event. Thought canceling, if I do say so myself. Looks like a significant number of zombies actually reacted to it. And they are just coming in my direction. I'm not actually worried that much about the ones that are coming towards me right now. I'm worried about backfill. Yeah, West Point is... The thing about West Point is it's narrow. It's not like... I mean, even Muldraw is a little narrow. Oh, this is what I was talking about earlier. The super color t-shirt. This is a long sleeve t-shirt that's in bright blue. And it's got 6 holes in it, so it's a possible candidate as well. Now that's interesting. Some of the zombies that had reacted to that meta event actually seem to have stopped. I feel like I don't see that very often. I'm angry that the meta event pulled them in the direction of the Zippy Mart, because now the Zippy Mart's got busted windows. And I don't like seeing a building that was perfect end up getting busted windows when I could have not had that happen. She spotted me. High Pop is... I don't know how I feel about it. It's one of those things where if I set it to High Pop, I'd want to change other things too. And that's a rabbit hole that I don't know if I want to go down. It seems like that meta event just kind of bunched them up on the road that I was trying to go down, which is not the worst thing in the world, because I wanted to kill as many of them in this area as I could, so... No flankers from that direction immediately? Okay. Whoa. I'm used to them not dying in a single hit. It does happen, though. There's no need to... Too late. Doing alright? Hello. Come on out then. Don't be shy. I don't like zippy marts. For some reason, I can't see through the windows at all, ever. Even when they're broken. So I'm sure there's one in there, but I don't know where. It's just going around breaking windows because he's a dickhead. Come on, dickhead. Thank you. I wish there were more fine-tuned settings over zombie spawn maps. So it's a heat map the way it works normally. What I wish there was is just a way to make it so that the peaks were much higher, but the regular distribution was not. That would be something that I would find interesting, because then you would have not just a huge amount of zombies everywhere for no reason, because that doesn't make sense. But little pockets that just happen to be like at 16 times density. I would be totally down with that. There just happened to be some kind of event that had a lot of people in one area, because that does happen. I mean, you know, look no further than random street takeovers by the youth of today. Sometimes people just group up for no reason. Yeah, 41, my buddies and I, when we were playing multiplayer, there was a rudimentary sort of metalworking mod that had been added that enabled us to use welding to make some cool looking weapons. It was nothing compared to what 42 can do, but it was a good counterbalance for increasing the population. Now, we might not make it all the way down to the van that I have in mind today. And that's okay if we don't. Progress is good. Color-coded creepy teddies. Let's let the fast ones get to us first here. Got fence stumpers doing their thing. I don't care for the porta-johns, but seems they do. Alright, I am now officially in search for the keys for the van mode. Lots back here. This could turn into a bad situation. Not going too deep, just far enough to kill the immediates around the corner here. I actually predicted that's going to bring some through the buildings. So what I'm going to do is let them just come out of the building in the back there. And she can slap her face against that all she wants. We'll deal with her and anybody else in a moment here. Jump scare, motherfucker. I'm not going in there to deal with him. He can sit there and smack that door as long as he wants. Oh, well. That means there's got to be at least two behind her. Yeah, if she broke it that easily. There's going to be at least one or two in there. Okay, none of the kills back here have the keys. That's all I really care about for the moment. I'm not even that super duper concerned about finding the keys, but if somebody in the area has them, I would rather have them. 2 Zeds, just 2. Nice. I thought that 3 would be, but no, 2 makes sense. Now, there are more than I expected coming out of the neighborhood on the south here. Foraging near the van. Yeah, probably, if I don't see it. I mean, there's also any number of these houses here could have the keys. Dewey Reader. Ah, that's funny. Dewey Reader, I barely know her. I believe the SWAT van was over here. It's behind the front of this. There's the keys to a Chevalier Dart. CLPD. City of Louisville Police Department, I'm guessing. Now, this does not appear to be any sort of SWAT blockade. So just like the last time I found one of these, it's just because they randomly parked here. It's not because there's any sort of event, as far as I can tell, because if there was, we'd probably see other signs of it by now. There'd probably be some SWAT zombies visible somewhere, or perhaps a, perp zombies or roadblocks or something like that. Like, there would be a little bit more than just a, parked SWAT van in a parking spot. Like, if it was an actual story other than the van itself, I would expect there to be a, possibly not even in a parking spot. There we are, boys. Longblade level 10. All I took was some grinding. We're there. I have never been Longblade level 10 before. I don't expect it to be like an insane difference. We might notice it more in heavier duty combat. Imagine not locking your SWAT van. It's a sledgehammer in the passenger seat. Tactical knee pads. No SWAT bulletproof vest. So, it's just a pretty van. We didn't even get a SWAT hat this time. I'm actually really sad about that. I wanted a SWAT hat. So, we got it. What's the engine quality look like? Engine quality 58. So, it's you know what this is going to be? This is going to be our new loose ammo carrier. We're going to swap one black step van for another. And the one that's currently the loose ammo carrier, we'll relegate it to a different regular ammo carrier. In the meantime, let's celebrate Longblade level 10, shall we? No, you're not even wrong. I'm gonna do it. I am gonna do Axe 10 because I want to compare what it feels like. And seeing as I have a +1, that should not be hard at all. We'll just need to have plenty of axes. And when I say plenty of axes, what I actually mean is we're gonna make some rail spike baseball bats because I think those are actually really good. Possibly better than firefighter axes. Although, I don't know about the minutiae. I just remember seeing some stats on paper that made them really good. Long, blunt 10 and aim 10. Yeah, you could probably do that. Even on regular default settings, Muldra's just got a lot of zombies. I see those trees shaking. Come on out here, bitch. Let's go. Come on. Don't give up. You're right there. There you go. All sense of spookiness has been subtracted from the tree shaking. Once you see it shake more than twice in a row, you're just like, alright, come on, get out of there. One thing I really wish the SWAT step van had was a light bar. Every single SWAT van in real life would have had a light bar. But because I'm guessing the devs just haven't seen fit to make it so that there's any sort of template for a light bar step van. And we are not in a position to be towing right now. This thing is capable of towing forward a step van, but we probably are not. Maybe there's some tire issues, maybe there's some other issues, I don't really care. I'm just going to tow it backwards, we're not that far from base. Yeah, no, it's just a wind. I suppose it is possible for a tree to only shake once when a Z comes out of it. When it's movement that causes the tree shake, it is usually more of a violent movement in the tree. There is such thing as like a lighter movement that I don't think you ever see normally, or when it's something passing through it, whether it's an animal or a zombie. So mission success on that. Not like we got anything extremely important, but I'm going to take this as a spiritual victory. Checking real quick to see if it's even worth filling up. It's only got a small gas tank, but because the engine quality is nothing impressive, I don't expect to be actually driving it very much. Yeah, tree Zeds are, no, not a fan of them. I really don't. Me no gusta. About halfway, I'll do another perimeter check really quick here. I think those three were just a isolated group from the meta event, but we make sure we check anyway. Our gear is getting pretty dirty, so I'm going to go ahead and do a load of laundry tonight. So I will continue wearing the heavy gear until we get back to base. For anybody joining, welcome. We've accomplished an objective we set for ourselves already today. Found ourselves a SWAT van while exploring, and we recovered it. Unfortunately, there's nothing impressive in it. It is literally just there to look pretty now. It's going to be an ammo carrier van, one of many. We're going to stop by the battery depot here. Should have a good battery over here. Yes. And the one that was in it needs to be charged, so... Supposed to have some spare buckets out front, but all the buckets that I've had in the area have been allocated for rainwater capture for the crops. So I might just make some new buckets overnight after we get the new van situated here. Alright, loose ammo now goes into the SWAT vehicle here. And the cartons can stay because the Black Step van is now a standard ammo carrier. And what I'm going to do is what I said before I was going to do is get rid of the rest of the ammo, loose ammo that's, or the boxes rather, that are chilling in the seats of these other vans. Because I want my ammo to not be in seats anymore. Close to being full, and that's a great thing. There was one more Kentucky Herald van that I wanted to add to the fleet, so I'm just going to leave a spot open for that. Even if we're not going to have enough ammo to put in it yet. It's perfectly fine. I'm going to redraw the parking spots in front of the building at some point. So I would like to kind of park with that mentality in mind. That is the entryway right there for the utility truck for charcoal and whatnot. So I got to pretend that this little tile there is not really a part of the... Park that like that. And then Mr. Hung's, we will correct him later. Let's get our laundry started and then hit the sack. Yeah, the cartons of 3030 are definitely a kind of burning a hole in my vehicle right now because I mean, it's a better caliber to level with than it is to actually use for high capacity shooting. Oh no, that we want the dryer, and I do not care about the leather coats now that they're clean. Yeah. I'm not a fan of the, it's like kind of going in the order of bags, almost. Only 6 leather strips from those 4 coats. Alright, alright. That was some shit luck right there. Whatever, whatever. Alright, so I'm going to put away the armor here. Next, we are going to fix some of these shirts here. For that, we need to open a few more rag bundles. Just one more ought to be enough, actually. 26. And we're going to fix all of the slots on the shirts except for the chest slots. And that is because we want to use these shirts as platforms for leather strips for protection, but we do not want any of the insulation that comes with wearing them, at least not in the important spots. So here's a problem. This long sleeve t-shirt right here, it's got 6 holes, and the one slot that doesn't have a hole in it is the one that needs it. So this super color one that we picked up is actually useless to us. And so is this other one we picked up. Welcome to Project Zomboid. The current build incentivizes some strange things. So this long sleeve t-shirt, I will now add leather strips to all slots except for the ones that have holes in them. And what this is going to do is this is going to increase the protection levels on my forearms, which right now I don't have very much because on the t-shirt layer, I'm wearing a regular t-shirt. And that's no bueno. We don't want that. That comes with insulation. Observe the protection levels go from 80 to 90. And we can even improve that further. We've got to find a Hawaiian shirt. Or, actually, no, what we need to find is a crafted. Playing CDDA, drove to West Point, too much harder than Apocalypse Louisville. Yeah, I don't know about the other difficulty settings. I know the default difficulty settings, and that's good enough for me. This, music t-shirt was actually supposed to be part of our pajamas over here. Let's put those back. Now, when winter rolls around, which is not far, it's already September 15th. When winter rolls around, we will, there's a crafted cotton shirt that we can wear that will take the place of the Hawaiian shirt. In fact, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and start wearing it now. I'm going to start wearing it now. That's going to get us to 100% on the forearms without any armor. and I want to see if I can handle the insulation, because of course this is a crafted denim shirt. So of course that means it does not have any holes in it, and we can't put holes in it. So this is going to up my insulation levels significantly. If we look at temperature now, I am light blue instead of dark blue on the chest. That's going to be significant for our body heat gen, but we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. For now, I'll leave the Hawaiian shirt that I was wearing on the passenger seat so we can swap back to it if... Yeah, CDDA is basically just fuck my shit up before I even start playing the game, fam. That's what CDDA really is to me. Yeah, it's harder, but I mean, once you start playing the game long term, then you kind of just view it for what it is, and that's just a intentional handicap from the start. This venison we pulled out of the freezer is probably not going to last too much longer. Trying to get all of it into roasts now. Don't even have to cook them yet. I'm going to wait to cook them. I know that this didn't do well for me yet. I mostly confused myself earlier because I hadn't put it in the... I put it in the freezer, and I usually put things in the freezer after they're cooked. That's how I almost got cooked. Just going to straight up eat the spinach. And I don't really care about these last leftovers of venison. They're never going to be worth much. So I'm going to go ahead and take another salad out. So we've got 2 salads. Yeah. Turns out I didn't need this coffee after all. I'm going to move the lemongrass over by 1 so I don't keep seeing it in my cooking menu. There we go. All right. How is my weaponry? Current machete could use a sharpen. Okay. We'll take a look at the cemetery. Why not? That feels like a worthy objective. Never actually been in there too deep. Might even bring some hunting opportunities here. I'm going to need to check the map to make sure that my shooting activities don't get too closed in here. The cemetery, only a tiny corner of the cemetery is within hearing distance of my animals, so we don't have to worry about the animals getting spooked by gun noises. It's going to be open to interpretation how much shooting we can even do, because there's going to be trees all over the place in here. A lot of the Zeds will have been pulled out by now. Yeah, parked too close. You could probably get through CDDA without... Because CDDA doesn't have sprinters, does it? You could probably get through it without any guaranteed checkmates. I mean, CDDA, I guess you could say, gets your guaranteed checkmate out of the way first. If you just have a bad experience with the start where the fire spreads in a way that... I mean, right now, does fire even spread even for CDDA players? Because fire spread has been completely nerfed into the ground. Yeah, no sprinters. So our new protection totals, when armored up, come up to 100% for the entire upper body, except for hands, as always. Still weakest spot is the groin at 40%. I am curious what it feels like when I have full leg armor as well. The only time I would ever wear this leg armor would be indoors in a place like the military research facility, but that is a possible place I might hit someday. But yeah, we're basically at theoretical maximums now. Yeah, we're at theoretical maximums except for groin. The only way we could get groin to be better without major sacrifices, I mean, we could go get an athletic cup. That would probably be something that would be fine for indoor combat, because that's where we're not relying on our movement speed quite as much. But we're already taking a movement speed hit from the lower body protection totals. But yeah, I usually prefer not to use the riot gear for the lower body, because lower body protection it's kind of just min-maxing. I mean, at the end of the day, you're not really that bad off with just knee pads. Knee pads are going to help protect you against the odd swipe from a crawler that you didn't know was there, but otherwise, those shouldn't happen too often. Crawlers become a much bigger problem in a tight, high condensed space like the MRF, because we didn't do this very often on Nora when we hit the MRF, but we did there were possibilities of crawlers getting created from shotgun knockdowns. Just a statue in that one. There's a bigger one that I'm reliably informed has some loot in it. Here's somebody out there. Up there. Yeah, I don't know why, but I don't know why I got the rifle out. There's not going to be any long distance shooting in here. There's way too many trees everywhere. I mean, maybe, but I just don't see it. Almost everybody we would have lured out here would have already... Hey, like this guy right here. I can shoot this guy, sure. He might be one of the only ones I nail. And of course, nail is a strong word. And there it is, unpleasantly hot. So we're not doing the, we're not doing 100% to left forearm yet. We're gonna have to deal with 90% for now. If anybody's wondering why I'm obsessing over finding clothing with holes in the chest, it's because of that. When we get unpleasantly hot, we're wasting water and we're building fatigue faster. So we're more out here than I thought. Used flashlight to belt. To be entirely honest, you should be able to put your flashlights on your backpack strap. There should be a mod slot for backpacks, and you should be able to right-click on your backpack and put a flashlight on the shoulder strap. You should just need like a Velcro. I mean, honestly, you could fucking do it with a small piece of string. Like, it should not be difficult at all. That's like hiking 101, is to put a flashlight on your backpack strap. But that would be too easy for this game. Remember that things have got to be stupidly, artificially, annoyingly difficult. And that's one situation where if somebody were to put a mod in there for that, I would not blame them for a second. If you're new here, the theme of my channel is I try to do everything default. The only mod you're looking at right now is a texture mod for my backpack to change the color, because I'm sick of olive drab. I am absolutely sick of olive drab. I might do the same to my helmet, honestly. This helmet that I'm wearing right now is one of 6 that are best in slot, and they all look a little... This is the closest one to something acceptable, and I still would prefer something better. So I might actually alter the texture myself. I might do that later this stream. I've been thinking about it for a minute. And I wouldn't even alter it that much. I would probably just change the area with the 6. Alice belt and suspenders, you're only reliably going to find those from events with military zombies, or if you go to a checkpoint. You'll have to go to the Louisville checkpoint or the Brandenburg checkpoint. On Insane Pop, all I can say is good luck. That's all I can say about that is good luck, because that's the only place you're supposed to be able to get them. Reliably, at least. That's usually one of the first things I do on characters is go to Brandenburg checkpoint. Yeah, the event it's kind of rare. Yeah, checkpoint is usually the first 2 weeks in my runs. I usually do a map exploration to try to get out of the looted and trash mechanic on specific POIs, but these days I avoid residential when I'm doing that, so it's, we got it over with quicker on this character. We were in the Brandenburg checkpoint relatively quickly. So one of these two mausoleums was a target, possibly by our annotated map as well. Annotated map was... it was the mausoleum over there at the corner, so I think we already went right past that on foot, maybe. And they also marked the church for some reason, but I don't expect the church to be anything significant. I'm gonna go ahead and put the, I don't think I need the long distance shooter right now. I'll keep the heavy armor on just in case we have any surprises here. Yeah, I don't have the patience for this. I'm getting the sledgehammer. I would use welding, but no, it's whatever. Oh yeah, I don't usually expect to find lights in the checkpoints. These days I've been finding lights in like vehicles more often than not. Just two statues, looks like. Looks just like the mausoleum of Thomas and Martha Wayne from Batman v Superman. I expect one of these things to crack open and some bat monster to come out of it. Now, out of a morbid curiosity, sheer morbid curiosity, nothing in there. I don't have very many expectations, but like I said, morbid curiosity. If we use the sledgehammer anymore, we'll get muscle strain. I'm just going to run around and check the other ones while we wait for the muscle strain to go down a bit. We can use it as 4 times in a row without getting red strain. Once we get red strain, we're combat ineffective with melee, so I don't fuck with that, ever. I'll try the other ones eventually. I'm just going to check and see if any of these ones over here are unlocked. I believe this one here is the one that was marked with an annotated map. I'm going to do a perimeter check. We're going to use carpentry to disassemble this door. So I think that is a carpentry door. Find out in a moment. If it's welding, then it is. Whatever. I've got both. No, it's carpentry. Don't ask me how I knew that was carpentry. I just... Something about the door's appearance told me it was carpentry, even though it looks like it could have been either. Aha. Okay. We've got a gift from Mom here. And it's not really anything special. It's just a bunch of crap. But I'll put it in a... I was supposed to empty some loot out of the trunk here. Whoops. We don't actually have a lot of room. I'll put it in a garbo bag anyway. Why not? Don't really care about jars of garbage. But... Sure, I'll take some of this stuff. Mom didn't really leave us with much now, did she? Well, we'll check her crypt anyway. It's not like she's going to be using anything in there. And I mean, the church itself is Mark II, so maybe we'll take a look at that. But otherwise, is that a fit? That's almost a fit. Almost a fit. There we go. Now the trunk is 110% full. I'm always about that min-maxing here. No, I don't do CDDA. I don't do any of the custom difficulties right now. We do Apocalypse. We do the baseline. We do the thing that players are most likely to click on when they start playing the game. Nope, clear. So with this one, I'm not going to even bother with trying to break the crypt first, because then that just is an extra sledging. I'm going to do a from the side. But that was 3 right there. Yeah, that was 3 sledging, so we can do one more before we're getting in the red. I'll fuck with one of these doors first. I'll use carpentry. Oh yeah, I mean, what you're looking at right now is not hardly Louisville. I mean, we have been up and down on First Street here many times, so we've actually wiped out the vast majority of zombies on it. If you're looking for massive counts of zombies, they'll be a little bit later when we get further into the city. Yeah, I'm just going to come at this one from the rear. Yeah, interesting. Doesn't want me to come at from that side. No idea why. I don't know exactly how much cooldown we need to wait. That might have put us into the red. Yeah, we're definitely in the red now. Oh, we're close. Okay, we're good. I'm going to give it a break for another minute here. I'll take another look around. See if there's any other... Maybe we'll check the church itself. While we wait for that to go away. It's a possibility of a generator in that shed up there. No, I don't think I'm going to find a mummy. I'm actually looking just for a pallet of gold bars. I heard a reliable rumor that there may be a pallet of gold bars in one of the crypts. But I think we've at least peeked into the main parts of most of them. Do we have any broken windows here? This place is mostly intact. Well, loath as I am to defile the house of the Lord, I don't think he's going to fault me if there's stuff in here that's useful. Interesting. I didn't expect a morgue in the cemetery. But I guess sometimes you really want to do things conveniently placed. I actually want a scalpel right now because a scalpel is something I can sharpen for maintenance experience. And I'm here for it. Of course I'll steal your lunch, Pastor. Why not? Respirator with some decent filters in them. Give me those filters. Inject those directly into my mask, fam. Service room. I cannot steal the cross, unfortunately, but I can steal the paintings. Believe you me, I would absolutely be stealing the cross. Lots of people have hypothesized different ways that you can make a zombie apocalypse scientifically possible. I have found that to be a very difficult thing to fathom. If there are zombies around me that do not get wasted away by the elements and or a lack of nutrients, then in my mind a religious explanation is far more plausible, because otherwise you've got some motherfuckers out here that are disobeying the laws of thermodynamics, and that's something that not even fucking stars can do. So you're going to tell me some zombies out here are more efficient with thermodynamics than the stars themselves? No, that's not. No, absolutely not. If there's dead people coming out of their graves or corpses coming back to life and not dying of, not like falling apart over time, then yeah, it's probably religious punishment of some sort. So you best believe that I'd be covering my place of residence with crosses. Come on. Ooh, dye. Hell yeah. Wasn't expecting that. I think that's an even darker shade of black than the one we already have. VTSS, how's it going? Zach Toe, how you doing? We are in Louisville today, and we're making some progress. A little bit, edging our way through. Kind of backtracking a little bit at the moment to check the cemetery. I think we've passed enough time that the muscle strain is gone, so we're doing a little bit more sledge work on the crypts. Seeing if there's anything worth finding in there. Now, if I had a vehicle that could carry them, I do kind of like the drapes in here. There are drapes on the walls in here. These things, but they weigh 5 encumbrance each, so that would fit. I don't have any room left in the truck right now, so maybe I'll come back later with storage space. Spot. Let's check this one. I don't know if I checked this one. Yeah, this is the first one I looked at, actually. check the tool shop, why not? Or the shed, whatever it is. Steel sheet. Yes, I absolutely will steal it. Seed packets. Pouch. Come on now. Okay, no. I think pouches are one of my rare chances at the flower seeds that don't spawn anymore. But that would be a negative, Ghost Rider. We have tens of thousands of seeds of other kinds, but we still have not found any lavender or rose seeds. They have simply been deleted, erased from existence. Hey, there it is, boys. We found it. Found our gold. It's really heavy. We have actually got to drop a significant amount of weight to try to pick it up. It's gold, and then they're crypts. And do not try to take the bars off of the, do not, I repeat, do not try to take the bars off of the pallet. That will increase the weight of everything by, like, an ungodly amount. A truly ungodly amount. Kraken, the cemetery is located in Louisville. If you go past the checkpoint, past the commercial sector on the right, and then past the crossroads with 1394, take a right, the first right after the crossroads, and you're in this mega cemetery. So we are going to need to hand carry that, and in order to pick it up, I'm going to have to drop weight. So I'll start by taking my armor off, and I don't have any room in the trunk, so I'm going to take my firearms next. Sledgehammer, okay. The backpack itself I'll just drop. And then the satchel. And then my water bottle, and now we're below. Actually, it only weighs 30. I didn't have to go that far. So we can actually pick it up now. And then all I got to do is put it in my hand. That reduces the encumbrance by a lot. We can gear back up. So we've got our gold bar pallet in our hands. Because we're just a fucking superhero. We can one-hand that shit. Mission success. Wow. Have to find a good spot for it back at base. Yeah, I never would have found out that was there either. I actually forget exactly who mentioned it. It was either KTO or Ranzera, I think. Somebody, one of my homies who play this game for as many thousands of hours as I do. They mentioned that we got some gold bar pallets somewhere in this place. So I went on a little treasure hunt, and they have been located. I always find it very amusing that people would ever bury themselves with valuables. Like, I sort of understand it when you have, like, you know, ancient Egyptians thought that they were actually unironically bringing it with them to the afterlife. If you're under a mass delusion like that, okay, sure, fine, whatever. But in the modern era, it's a far less excusable because there's no religions these days. None of the Abrahamic religions purport that you can bring the gold or bring anything with you. So right off the bat, the vast majority of the planet's population doesn't actually ascribe to a religion that believes that kind of bullshit. So in the modern era, people burying themselves with valuables just feels like the stupidest thing ever. Individual vanity, perhaps, but a little more than that. Pirate hat wouldn't be, I wouldn't say no to it. There is a pirate hat in the game. Unfortunately, it's rather high insulation. So, of course, if you're going to have gold bars, to me it makes sense that they're somewhere next to the forge. So that's where I'll start. You can actually use gold at the forge, but that is, you don't use the gold bars themselves. You have to use gold sheets. You have to kind of mess with the gold bars to get them into sheets. Beautiful. I love it. Alright, so we do have a little bit more loot to sort. I have to step away again briefly IRL here. So I'm going to have our girl take a seat here, chill out for a second, and then I will be right back. We'll get this loot sorted. A little bit of base work in the evening here, and then tomorrow morning we'll be progressing a little further. I'm going to go ahead and cross off our victories so far today. I think this survivor house here down Lantern Street is tomorrow's target. Yes. Looking good. Looking very good. Alrighty, folks. I will be right back just a moment here. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Alrighty. picked up a few things while we were looting that we were going to sharpen just for more maintenance experience. I haven't... There's a part of me that wants to just find something that I can grind to get through the last level of maintenance. Because honestly, this is one of the only regular ways of getting maintenance experiences. That's just weapon degradation. Or finding things that need to be sharpened and grabbing them and sharpening them. It's very tedious. More tedious than a lot of the other things in this game. Picked up some dub rods. And a spare hand drill. So this dye that we picked up, I might actually start using it. Currently we've got 7 bottles of dye here. One of them is, we go to the transfer liquid page, you can see that this dye, well, I don't know if everybody will be able to see this. It's very subtle. Let me fire up Photoshop here. This dye is something to the effect of, it's a little bit lighter and a little bit redder than the one that we just picked up. This is the one we just picked up now on the left. Zoom in a little closer on that. Yeah, I missed it. There we go. So you can see on the left and the right there that this is the dye we've already used, and we used it on our hooded jacket. The hooded jacket is currently this color. So if we look hard at the hooded jacket here, which is you can see it best underneath my coat. Let me just go ahead and take the coat itself off the leather jacket. We take that off, and now the hoodie is what's on the outside. So right there, there's our hoodie. Let me bring that up a layer. And then just Control-Shift-J that. Alright, so the dye on the right produces this color for the hoodie, which is, obviously, it's not a perfect match for my backpack. You can see the contrast right there. So the new dye, I feel like the new dye is going to be just a little too dark. I'm looking at it, and it's telling me it's actually going to be darker than the backpack. So we're not going to do the new dye straight up. We're going to mix it just a little bit. You only need 200 milliliters of dye to actually dye something. So that just means I need a bottle of some sort here. I'm going to use the one that I carry around, my empty plastic bottle here. Give her a bite to eat while we're doing this. And then I've got a white. I've got 2 different whites here. One of them actually looks a little bit warm as well. The one that I've already been using here. Actually looks a little bit warm versus... Well, these all have the same name. So let's try that versus that. It's, once again, it's kind of hard to see, but I'm seeing a difference there. We'll just side by side that. I'm probably just seeing things. And that's okay. I'm okay with that. So that just means that I'll trust my instinct on that. We'll use the other white, the one we haven't touched yet. So this one I'll put over here. And there's our new perfect black. So we're going to start with like, just like 20 milliliters into the plastic bottle of white. And then 180 milliliters of black. So it's a very small amount. That's the bare minimum. But our mixture is now visible. And if I delete this crap on the side here, we can now see the liquid color right there. It is very, very close to the straps on the backpack there. Ever so slightly lighter than the Alice belt and suspenders straps. That's okay. But it's a better match for the hoodie. And it's probably going to go great on the t-shirt that we picked up earlier. So both the hoodie and the t-shirt can be dyed. So I'm actually just going to do what I just... Well, let's test it first, obviously. Let's test it first. I'll just drop both of those both of those dye bottles. So now all I have on me are the, that 2-liter bottle of dye with the correct mixture. And then we just need 10 liters of regular water. So I go outside. We're going to grab one of the buckets out here. And the clothing item has to not be worn. So I will take off the hoodie. And we'll start with that. We need a crafting surface. All right, here goes nothing. It's a little dark. Honestly, it's a little dark. It's a little dark. But we can fix that. We have the technology. We've got the correct... I'm going to try doubling the white content. And I'm gonna I'll use the shirt as my experiment instead of the jacket. Because we still have plenty of the black dye left. So this time we're only going to be using 100 and 160, that's what I wanted. And then we're going to use 40 milliliters from the white. See, that's a dramatic shift. It really is. That's a pretty dramatic shift. I will try this. I'll try this on the hoodie. I know I said I was going to try it on the t-shirt. I'm going to try this on the hoodie. For some reason, I suspect that the hoodie's baseline color might be a little bit darker. What's the best way to grind tailoring from 6 forward? Long johns, I think. Hang on. Long johns are the level 5 recipe, and I did long johns until level 10. Long johns were just the best, and I did cotton fabric rolls made out of flax thread. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I hate to say it, but if that's all it gives you, then that's all you've got. So I need to take the jacket off. That's my problem here. So off goes the jacket. Then we dye it one more time. I'm going to laugh really hard if this ends up being too bright. No, that's perfect. Look at that. Oh, look at that, boys. That is beautiful. Okay. 40 milliliters of white and, yeah, 40 of white, 160 of black. So that's what we're doing for the t-shirt, and then we're done. Oh, I hate it when it does this. It doesn't want me to go to 160 now. It's just, and it's because there's a certain amount left. Let me try, I'm going to try a smaller bottle. This empty plastic bottle that I'm using is probably too big. Let me, I'm going to go get like a glass or something. Actually, a glass would be perfect. This is one situation where we don't have a glass. I got a plastic cup. Plastic cup is perfect because plastic cup is 200 milliliters. It's exactly what you need. So I actually should have a plastic cup at my dyeing station here. Or a glass. Glass is the same. So that, because it is a smaller container, dragging the bar gives you more flexibility. So I can actually do exactly 160 here. And then I don't even have to measure the white because that's all the room that's left right there. So that's perfect. And then we have to take off the long sleeve t-shirt. And then we just go find another bucket of water outside. Uh, 2180 was darker. It was too dark. We had to... Yeah, we doubled that. I was afraid at first that doubling it was too much, but it ended up being perfect. Oh, that looks pretty. Oh, that looks really pretty. Let me see what it looks like. I'll have to take off the hoodie. I'll have to take off the jockey silks. That's the jockey silks are in an outer shirt layer, and then the crafted denim shirt. These are all separate layers, by the way. All three of these items on the floor, and then the crop top arms. These are all separate layers. That's one of the reasons that I'm able to get this much protection. Oh, that's perfect too. Look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's fucking beautiful. I love it. So that's the t-shirt. Oh, the crafted denim shirt is not colorable. So I don't really care about that. No, actually, I lied. It is colorable. What you have to do, I believe, is color the... You type dye here and check possible items. You can dye yarn, but you cannot dye the, damn it, you can't dye, thread or bolts of cloth. That's unfortunate. If you could dye bolts of cloth, then you could make these whatever color you want. But it's whatever. Not all layers have to be perfect. The fact that the hoodie is perfect is honestly, that was more than enough. The hoodie, the bottom of the hoodie kind of sticks out a little bit from the, where we're going to wear the leather jacket. So it was kind of necessary to get the hoodie as well as the leather jacket. The leather jacket is okay-ish. It's well enough. Yeah, these, okay, now it's funny you should say that. These are not tactical knee pads. These are not tactical knee pads. These are sporting knee pads that we found in a random color that just so happened to be a slightly better match than tactical knee pads. I have no idea how we got that lucky, but we did. I wish the devs would just let us dye anything that could possibly come as a whatchamacallit. Anything that could come as a random color item should be dyeable, in my humble opinion. But the sporting knee pads have not made that list yet, regrettably. That's probably their design goal, to be entirely honest. They probably do want that to be a thing eventually. But we're not there yet. But the most important thing about our current loadout right now is this right here, 100% arm protection at 0% discomfort. Let me reiterate that. 100% arm protection at 0 discomfort. Good luck getting that with any amount of armor anywhere else in the game. This is a privilege reserved for level 10 tailors who have found the right things. I have no idea if this is even functioning as intended or if we're technically exploiting things. I wouldn't call this an exploit, but I mean, I don't know what's going on in the devs' heads. I really don't. I've tried to think about how they're doing things from their perspective, and sometimes their decisions make sense. Other times it doesn't. I can't really put my head in their headspace. If it seems like a lot of this base is a blank slate still, you would be 100% correct. There's a lot of things that I would like to do with a Jericho-sized base here. But we're just taking it one segment at a time. There's absolutely no point whatsoever in trying to do anything major until I've got a fully fledged storage system with no gaps in it. So until I have a storage system that does not rely on this shit on the back wall here. Yeah, now we're just screwing around until then. I mean, armor is always, at least the way it looks from what the devs are trying to do, it looks like they're trying to make armor a system of trade-offs. Right here, these protection trade-offs that we're looking at right now, this is absolutely a system of trade-offs. But what I like about it is that we've got this ambient kit that we can just wear all the time without incurring any penalties. And if we are willing to incur some discomfort penalties, we've got a kit right here on our passenger seat that we put on all of this stuff. And next thing you know, we are 40% or above on the entire body. And we can go even higher if we want to worry about the lower body. But the lower body, again, I've talked about this before, but you don't have to run into crawlers very often. And apparently crawlers are the only ones who are going to attack you thigh or below. I have heard people say that you can get bitten on the groin from an upright target. I've never had that happen to me, but I also haven't been bitten in... well, I have not been bitten in a way that I've looked at for well over many years at this point. But yeah, we don't need to be wearing the heavy armor while we're in an overnight phase here. Animals too, that's right, man. I don't usually think about animals in that context. But they are they're a scratch and bite hazard. We've got some kale and lettuce planted out here. I want to say that they're both going to make it, but we do need to make sure that we compost it every single phase because we planted them all really late in their valid seasons. So we've got compost bags on standby for that. And I probably should be emptying this, even though it's only one bag right now. The game's music decided to stop playing. It might kick back on when we get into combat tomorrow, but that would also require zombies to get close to us. And because I've gotten to Longplay 10, I'm going to be doing a lot more shooting, which means we might not ever get any zombies close enough to kick the combat music over. So Oops, that's my combat music mix. We're doing the chill stuff for now. There we go. Maybe I'll do my combat music mix when we get into the next big fight. But for now, we're in chill mode. And yes, for anybody new, if you're not familiar, the music just dies after a little while. There's nothing you can really do about it. Unless you're always getting into combat. If you're always getting into combat, then it's constantly kicking itself and it's constantly waking back up. If you don't get into combat often enough, or you always stay very far away from zombies in combat, then the music will just fucking die. R.I.P. Alright, I'm just going to fast forward to the next 20 minutes so we keep our sleep schedule intact. I was supposed to put this microwave down, so we can do that. I'm just going to put a microwave somewhere over here. You know, the funny thing is I could probably put it on top of one of these freezers. No, I can't. You can put some things on top of freezers, but I guess not everything. Apparently microwaves are faster at thawing things. Supermarine Spitfire. What is the context behind that? I feel like I'm jumping into a conversation that I missed. It's a single prop, and it doesn't require the one thing that I would think of if I'm thinking about, like, you know, prop planes from the Great War era is something that could completely face tank an electromagnetic pulse. But am I wrong about that? Did the Spitfire have complicated electronics in it? See, I was always very interested in what was the peak, what was our peak options for aerial combat in a pre-electrical era? Or were there any? Like, did we always have some measure of electrical things in our aircraft? That would be something. That would be some amazing content for the aviation YouTubers. Can a Spitfire survive an electromagnetic pulse? I detonated a nuclear device to find out. That would be topping Mr. Beast's content right there. Avionics used electric since World War I. And I mean, World War I planes were not that good. I mean, you had the biplanes, right? Biplanes were not a very... I mean, I enjoyed some biplanes. You know what? I can show you how much I enjoyed biplanes. I have been looking for an excuse to talk about this. I'm going to my hard drive here, the older one, or the one with the older footage, and I'm going to go to footage from a game that has been deleted from existence. Game that I put many thousands of hours into, called Heroes and Generals. It's a very fun game. It was a World War II shooter that had both a real-time strategy element and a first-person shooter element. And here's some footage of the biplanes. I don't even remember exactly what some of these recordings are, though. If you look far enough back on my channel, you'll see some of these. Usually, if I save these clips, it's for a reason. To turn the music down. Not allowed to play copyrighted stuff. Oh, was this just a Bumper Planes moment? It was a Bumper Planes moment. Oh, I survived! That's why I clipped it. Yeah, you got some really fun shenanigans in this game. I miss it. But yeah, this is it's a World War II sim is what it was. But you had, or not sim, it was an arcade game. But you had some older era planes that would show up every once in a while, and recon planes they call them. It was fun. It was really fun. All right, we are. Here's our target for today, Lantern Street. We've got a survivor house there. So Lantern Street, the mouthpiece of it right there is just right around the corner. So we are headed down that way today. I have a need for a sword. We've been using nothing but machetes because I wanted to get one of them used up if I could. Yeah, that was it was a fun time playing that game. There was a game mode where you could go in there and just play against other people playing on recon planes. So it would just be a swarm of recon planes versus recon planes. Whenever me and my buddy played it, we just called it playing bumper planes because that's what a lot of people ended up doing. If you've seen Pearl Harbor, you've seen the jokes playing chicken, where you go up there and see who turns first. But that's more compelling in real life where there's actual consequences to death. But in the video game where you just respawn 10 seconds later, everybody would they wouldn't play chicken. They'd just fucking ram each other. I think I put my handguns over here, yeah. Let's fix that. What did I do with my big bag of blade here? I think I've got it in the expedition vehicle still, yeah. It would have made its way over to my combat truck, but the combat truck is quite heavy. I do not need to be carrying around any of my tools right now. I know I said that I was going to find a separate satchel to swap out with, but I haven't found one yet. Alright, so we've got our T intersections actually up this way. Oh yeah, whatchamacallit. It had tank gameplay in it too. Tank gameplay in that game was pretty damn fun. I don't have very much footage of it though that would be amusing to watch. One of the only bits of footage that I have is already on my channel. It's called Feelin' Lukey, where I pulled out a Luke's and I parked in front of a spawn for infantry, so that the infantry were forced to protect me. See, one of the things that made armor such a difficult prospect in Heroes and Generals was because, realistically speaking, armor is supposed to be protected by infantry as much as... Wow. Did not hear that guy. Fuck that guy. Armor is supposed to protect infantry as much as the other way around, because a tank by itself is actually really vulnerable. It's just a huge-ass target that somebody hiding in the bushes can Panzer Shrek. Games and animations from the 90s. No, I mean, honestly, early 2000s were pretty damn good. For animation and whatnot, too. You know what? I should have, before I even looked, before I even did that. Am I too close? I might be too close here. I need to be past the first turn there. I don't think I am. Ooh, I might have just barely been far enough. I might have just barely been far enough. See, this house right here is this house right here. So I'm like... No, I'm not far enough. I might have spooked my fucking animals. I don't know if the rifle reaches as far as the shotgun. I want to say that it doesn't. But yeah, I can't start shooting yet. I gotta kill them with hand weapons or something quieter. That's really annoying. Okay, so we'll start shooting soon. I just gotta get a little farther up. So what all that shit I was just talking about, not waking the music up. Music just woke up. Now, after this T intersection here, we should be weapons free. That might be pushing up a little too far. But at least we caught ourselves after only one gunshot, so... that was a MSR-7T. MSR-7T, I want to say, is a pretty loud weapon. I know that shotgun is supposedly the loudest, but I feel like rifles have got to give them a run for their money. I always drop it if I have to get into melee combat for any extended period of time, because the as you can see, we're now over encumbered stage 1. So I'm just going to move up here to the intersection, cut the engine, drop the rifle about here-ish. Yeah. Panic shot's no good. Alright. Alright, now the 9mm has got to be quieter, so I'm going to try 9mm for a second here. Come on, get out of the road. Yeah, that is, you gotta listen to what this man's telling you. He's spitting some facts. focus testing is going to be the death of art. Unfortunately, focus testing is too financially useful for it to ever go away. Did you guys know that that movies these days, when they do shooting, they usually will shoot multiple different endings. They'll shoot multiple different endings, and then they'll focus test them. And then they'll edit whichever one goes in there and polls the best. I don't know how many of them actually do this. It's usually going to be the ones with the budgets that can actually afford it. Which is a lot of them these days. Big budgets are still okay for movies. One of the very few studios that I would actually be willing to maybe give a view every once in a while would be A24. If for no other reason than it's a New York studio and not a fucking Hollywood, Los Angeles cesspit. But it is still, there's absolutely ups and downs to that. It is not a guaranteed simply by proximity. I mean, you know, there's plenty of reasons that New York will be just as degenerate as Los Angeles. But you don't have quite the same amount of specific industry rot. I did find Warfare to be an amazing movie, and that actually came out, what was that, 2023? It was just I believe it was a Desert Storm story, and it was told by actual vets, based on a true story. And a lot of people were like, oh man, this is just war propaganda. Anybody who said that clearly didn't watch the fucking movie. If anything, Warfare was a fantastic story about how modern sensibilities have tied the hands of our military to such an extent that we can hardly get anything done now. I wish I had like a counter in the bottom of the screen while I was watching the movie. This many times we had an opportunity to kill the guys that were trying to kill us, but we didn't because they were using human shields. And I don't know, that's not something that ever would have worked in the old world. Let me put it that way. But we don't live in the old world anymore, so I don't know. I need to open a couple more boxes of ammo, so I stopped shooting for a minute there. But now that we are back to the truck. That was a door break. So we've got an unknown number coming from probably the right there. Also, we're in a double stink zone now, so we're at risk of getting sick soon. Got all those bullets out. Maybe I should actually reload. Oh, I'm back. I didn't pull out the mask, so I'm not dealing with being sick right now. And it's not just, you're half right, KTO, but there's another country that does it that everybody on the planet seems to dislike. A certain country of certain people that are allowed to have things that other countries aren't, like borders and fences and everything. Certain country that's not very well liked by its neighbors. And they're, believe it or not, their military does things to handicap themselves, objectively. And that's still not good enough. That is still nowhere near good enough. People still absolutely hate their guts everywhere they go. I will leave it up to the viewer as to whether that's deserved, but I will tell you that they absolutely do things that make them less combat effective, just like the United States does. But I'm sure there's plenty of people who would prefer that they had 0.0 combat efficacy. Sorry, I'm not allowed to notice. Sorry about that. I mean, real talk, I genuinely don't think that Israel is that much worse than other states, but there's that extra dimension of dislike because of religious reasons. And I always find it really ridiculous that secular-minded people completely fall for the religious propaganda against them. No, I'm an enlightened atheist, up and until you start getting pressured to dislike a certain religious group more than another. It's all for political reasons, I'm sure. It has absolutely nothing to do with anything else. Trying to stay out of the stink range. It's not easy with a revolver, though. We don't get very much meat per bullet if we fall too far back. You know what? I'm just going to chill here for a second because nothing but slow shamblers now. I've always been of the opinion that the West should absolutely be a military ally, and there's a cynical what's the right word? There's a cynical military-industrial complex reason that we're such close allies with Israel. It's not just that they control everything; it's also the fact that the United States has 1 billion defense contractors. And those defense contractors would love to have all of their weapons tested without their country having to go to war. So having another country at war to do all the dirty work for you is a very convenient thing. And if the military-industrial complex finds something convenient, you bet your sweet ass that all the politicians in Washington are going to be nodding their heads and agreeing. Yes, our strongest ally. Also, Raytheon's most respected weapons testers. Yeah, I mean, can we really expect them to assist us if we were attacked by China, for example? For some reason, I suspect that if the United States, which I don't think this would ever actually happen, but let's just say that, hypothetically, the Chinese military overcame all of their logistical failings and decided to do a ground invasion on the ground in the United States. Again, I don't think it would ever happen, but if it did, I do not think a single one of our allies would actually step up to the plate. I think every single one of them would leave us hanging out to dry. That is just my humble opinion. It's not just it's just a convenience thing because we have all of the defensive advantages that they don't. If you want to think about it this way, most of our allies are between us and China, geographically speaking. Lewis, how's it going? We are trying not to get too sick while we're wiping out a neighborhood here in Louisville. And we're also getting a little geopolitical, as we always do. I really should just run down to the damn truck and get my respirator mask. We just got some new filters for it too. Well, okay, yeah, that's you're probably correct about that. Canada is directly between us and China. But again, I mean, can you really trust Canada's government right now? That they wouldn't, maybe they would try to pull a Switzerland and just be a non-aggressor. Sign a non-aggression pact, maybe. I don't think they would ever go against us, but I do think they might be okay with leaving us to hanging us out to dry. Our current administration is not helping with that. The hostility is not exactly helping. I acknowledge there's a reason behind it, and it might even be a good reason, but it's not helping. Not in the short term, at least. Any sort of political opposition that may have gone anywhere in Canada has been absolutely annihilated by the Orange Man, because all you have to do now in Canada is to just say that you're gonna fight the Orange Man, and just like here in the United States, that suddenly makes you very popular. The rest of your policy suddenly doesn't matter, because the Orange Man said that he wants Canada to be in the United States, and that gets the flags waving. A couple of them down here. Yeah, there's the sickness again. Come on, I need my truck. Alright, I'm not going to get surrounded just to get back to my truck. Alright, we got this. We just got to deal with it. It never would have gotten this bad if I could snipe half of these guys. The corpse concentration never would have been this close to the road. But we care about our animals somewhat. The ones that have gone through the effort of putting into my pens here at Jericho. Alright, so let's get ourselves a reprieve from the nasty smell here. Right, yeah, that's, again, the, everybody's talking about climate change, global warming. Oh no, the polar ice caps are going to melt. There's another dimension to that not a lot of people talk about, and that's that waterways are being opened up more in the north now. And some of those are going to be very useful in the not-too-distant future. If they already are. They already really are useful. And that makes Canada a renewed subject of interest, because, the same reason as he's talking about Greenland. Everybody's like, oh no, he just wants Greenland for reasons. I wasn't even opposed to that narrative, because I always felt as though he sounds to me like the kind of guy who would just look at a map and see how big Greenland looks on a map, even though it's not actually that big. But if the map is projected in a certain way, Greenland actually looks bigger than Texas. Yeah, we need to change that color. We need to get that in our borders. I would absolutely 100% believe that he would do something like that, because that's just the kind of guy he is. But I also think that there is a oil-related reason for it, as there almost always is. Corpse concentration. Oh man, you didn't hear that one from me. Yeah, this is no surprise that we're getting hot now. We basically should expect to see this Moodle, the unpleasantly hot one, if we have to put the stupid mask on. Because if we put the stupid mask on, then we are high insulation on the face, which, yeah, it's not, no getting around that. We're going to be hot. Unpleasantly so. I might be able to deal with that without the respirator for a minute. Come on, just break it. I know there's two. There you go. Good job. Left speaker. So that's people from the right, backfill from the right now. Yeah. That's right there. Kraken says it like it is. We hope we don't have to run into a blue ocean event in our lifetimes if we do. The problems that any shoreline area on the planet is going to have to deal with is a truly big... it's going to make every refugee crisis we've seen in the past centuries look like nothing. Think about how many humans live within range of a shoreline, and then think about what would happen if that shoreline just rose, 10 centimeters, something like that. A blue ocean event. I don't remember the specifics. We're a little deep in the weeds on climate change on that, but the theory is the reflectivity, the albedo of the ocean will change to a certain extent that it'll absorb more heat, I believe, and that will, like, vastly accelerate ice cap meltage, ice shelf meltage, and shit like that. And that causes sea levels to rise to a certain extent that you have a little trouble if you live close to an ocean, just a little bit. I believe the theory is solid from what I've looked at it, but that was a long time ago. My buddy who I talked to at the time about climate stuff, I haven't actually talked to him in a while. And coming on the right, you know what? I think are we far enough? Oh yeah, we're more than far enough. We can start pew-pew with impunity. Yeah. Antarctic Delta Sea, 65 to 70 meters. Well, that would be the entirety of the Antarctic ice shelf. Would a blue ocean event be sufficient to melt all of that? That I do not know, and I would have questions for anybody who would say that it does. Not that I would ever, my usual approach, I don't usually tell people they're wrong, but if they make some very hefty claims like that, then I'm going to have more questions for them. Ban the thinking machines. One of my biggest questions about the entire narrative behind climate change, and I don't know if that's supposed to be something that I'm allowed to ask, is there really anything new under the sun in that regard? And if so, what is different about the higher concentration of carbon in the atmosphere right now? Why has it not melted the Antarctic ice anytime in the past several million years? Or has it, and I'm just uninformed? This isn't my first time using the MSR-7T since we got aiming level 8, is it? I feel like I'm getting some tighter crosshairs here. Could be off on that. Wait a minute, where'd it go? Back, please. There you go. Oh no, I can tell you the moment I saw that that was I saw the leaves. I saw the leaves. I didn't even comment on it. I was just like, oh yeah, another one with a branch stuck in him. I feel like if you had zombies that survived this long in real life, some of them would fuse with trees eventually. I mean, y'all have seen that that viral image of a bike merging with a tree because somebody went off to war and never came home and left it hooked up to the tree. If zombies really go that long without moving sometimes, you're going to tell me that the trees might not eventually eat some of them? Maybe we'll have cordyceps in the Zomboid universe too, after a certain amount of time. If I come home and every single one of my animals is spooked, I'm probably just going to kill them all. I hate to say it, I really do. I don't want to sound evil or anything, but I'm not dealing with that. I'm really not. It was never going to be a viable long-term solution. Wait, that's the survivor house right there. All the doors and windows have been busted out. And it looks like a free-for-all here. Oh, we're out of ammo. Errors have been made. Now that we've actually fought our way up to the survivor house, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull people that are currently in the road next to it down this way a little bit. And then I'm going to give them the slip. You know, I haven't actually been looking very carefully. Don't see any more, though. We are now inside of no shooty zone here. So anybody who's tailed us from this road, I'm going to kill with hand weapons. Because anybody who would be left on this road would be at risk of being attracted by the generator down there at bottom right. So we are getting out and wasting anybody who is visible in this area. Quiet Lake. Nope, not gonna make it. I'll just switch weapons. Well, yeah, Kraken, you're correct about that, but it makes more sense that people would try. Some of these looted and trashed homes some of them should have like half barricaded windows. Barricading works great against single zombies. It just falls apart quickly when there's more than one on a single barricade. The way I see it is if you've allowed more than one to be attacking a single barricade, then you have failed at patrol.
Hey!
There's fatigue. That's a day well spent right there. We'll finish getting the survivor house tomorrow. At this rate, even if we get bad weather tomorrow, we're still perfectly fine to take the survivor house, because we should have lured most of the Zeds that would be bothering us out of the area. Respirator 2. All belongs in the heavy armor. There we go. We're gonna need some more of those lovely 762 bullets. Spiffo plushies are on sale from TIS. You gotta be kidding me. There's no way. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Last time that I saw was this one here. Sold out. Are they all sold out? Probably JavaScript. And here we go. Sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out. Yeah, the makeshift ones are not on sale. I don't think they have a regular store, which is a big fail on their part. I mean, I've literally said straight up that why is there not a store link at the top here? If slop YouTubers can do it, why can't these guys? Come on now, it's just free money they're leaving on the table, and it's not the kind of thing that nobody would ever complain about them doing it, even if it's just some drop shipping stuff. Nobody would ever fault them for it. Yeah, I don't know. So let's just say they do have a store somewhere. Where? I mean, it makes sense that they're sold out because the makeshift run was announced. Makeshift does limited quantities. It was announced back in April, and I think, yeah, they raised almost 200 grand. But yeah, it was concluded back in April. Regrettably, I probably would have bought a Spiffo plush at some point, but I don't respond well to FOMO tactics. When I see that something is only going to be available for a limited time, my brain tells me, do not engage, do not engage, do not engage, because the limited time thing is a sales tactic, and that's one that I find unethical. If you're going to make a product that is available for purchase, then make it available for purchase. Don't just put a fucking artificial ass time limit on it. No, I don't like anything about that. I mean, I understand you run out of stock, so do another production run if you run out of stock and you're still selling them. It's fuck FOMO tactics. Do not engage. I never engage with FOMO tactics. And that's an excuse that goes far beyond my, my current paradigm. I don't want to spend any extraneous money on anything because I'm trying to save up money. Even if I had a lot of money, I would not be spending a dime of it on FOMO things. Ever. Not even something as simple as a little plushie that's supposed to support Doctors Without Borders. I mean, most places with borders struggle to actually get doctors, so you would think that Doctors Without Borders would help them, but I get the feeling that they're doing something more specific. I don't know if these garbage bags full of white tiles would fit in any of these these shelves back here. Most of them are going to be full. Regrettably, these things weigh 6 encumbrance each, so I literally cannot do really anything with them. Yes, I suppose I could put one in each shelf. There's enough shelves for that, isn't there? Hey. We got a few of those garbage bags full of tiles out of the way. We're not going to be able to get the rest. This last one here is... Oh, that's hair dye. That's not tiles. We don't have a destination for that just yet, but soon, TM. We'll have a dyeing station put together. And then the last bag over here that I wanted to do something with was this magazines of 1911 auto, because we actually have a dedicated crate for magazines now. That doesn't make sense to me. Nobody finds it controversial in the slightest to have a merch store. I mean, okay, nobody, no significant number of people. I'm sure you'll always find that one guy, but no. There's the number of people who care about merch stores are like extremely small. I don't think anybody would fault the Indie Stone for having a merch store, and yet I don't know. I feel like they're just not doing it because I think they're kind of lazy. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I think I'll not impugn their love for the video game, but the concept of a merch store is squarely outside the video game. And they've missed a lot of opportunities for things outside of the video game to engage further. I won't speculate any further on that. I'm just trying to stay ahead of copyright charges on YouTube, let alone anything worse than that. I've got exactly one community guideline strike on this channel. That was for something many, many years ago. As for this has always been supposed to be a throwaway channel. So, of course, it would be the one that I would post a spicy meme on. And that meme proved way too spicy for YouTube. We're a little early for bed. I'm just going to go ahead and hit the sack. I not really want to engage with anything that's I'm an hour away from. It's fine. Got an egg carton that's gone stale already. Wow. We are 83 kilo, and we're at weight neutral. So if I were to butter both of these roasts, then that would keep us at least at weight neutral for a minute. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead and butter and oil them. Sage and rosemary for these two. I made this gif of Scout pressing the unsee button from one of El Toro's old videos. I really need to turn that into a proper gif. I feel like somebody probably else has done that at this point. That's an old video and it's a classic. Are we doing anything specific with these logs? I had left them here because I wasn't 100% sure of when I would do workshop expansions, or if. All these loose boxes of 762, I'm just going to open them up and put them directly in the trunk back here. I was considering going to pick up another carton, but I only got all this loose right in front of us. It's under active use, might as well. This is actually a pretty decent balance right here. I can carry around my field kit minus the frame packs. The frame packs are just that heavy. How about you guys? But I really like this lot. Wish there was something I could do about the cracks, but there never is. There's no longer much of a pressing need to finish citrus here, but it's right in front of me, and I do got to find something to pass the next 2 hours with. What? You telling me I couldn't pick up light bulbs for a second there? Okay. Odd. Oh God. No, don't talk to me about ice cream right now. Not after you reference that. Nobody can be on the internet in the early 2000s and not have heard of that one. I was going to repair some of this stuff. That was going to be, what, five steel sheets, because there's 4 on the floor and then the hood. So yeah, let's go use 5 steel sheets on that. Warehouse next to factory south of Riverside. Yeah, that makes sense. The Riverside factory is a lovely place. Electromax. Sheets over here. 5. You know what I honestly should do? If I'm going to do my vehicle repair lot down there, I should just leave this garbage bag is full of steel sheets. If I just leave that down there, then easy peasy. Oh, whoops. Didn't even need to fix the regular, but that's fine. Nor the rear door. Those were steel sheets that were spent that didn't have to be. Don't need anything overly impressive from this, just a functional set of tires. Ideally better than what's already on it. And these are all regs. At that rate, I can actually get the white step van off of my lot now. Yeah. A little late for bed, but productively so. Almost done repairing the other step van there. Might be able to wipe out this tank too. Refill my torch. Oh yeah, we should wipe this one out. Might even have to take a chunk out of the next. Yep. I can no longer put tanks on this tile with the, oh no, I can. Never mind. I actually thought that the, the pusher hook would block it. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that so much. They make it way too easy to save credit card information. Some of the places that I shop at require you to put in the security code every time you do it. That should be a universal requirement, in my humble opinion. If you want to use a credit card, you should have to put the security code in. Not that you know, it literally is a kiddie fence, but it at least prevents the lowest hanging of fruit. All right. I don't know if we're going to be able to get back into weight gain from these roasts if we stay active enough, and that's actually perfectly fine. If we just don't go into weight loss, then we'll stay in a good spot here. Yeah, that's true. They do want spending to be nice and easy. Good for the economy, ain't it? Looks like we got some beautiful weather today. What are we up to? 4 hours? think we're all right for time at this point. So I'm coming in on the other line here. Regrettably, I am not getting any cooler. Still a little bit hard to move the mouse pad here. A couple of corpses out of the way, and we've at least got a way through. Turn or the next? Next. See, there were going to be a lot left over right here in this area. A decent chunk of them will have followed us when we made the sirens. There's still a few left over, but that's fine. Hello. Grab the few, the corner hiders. A little group around the corner here. We'll take care of him without discharging. So one inside the house. Of course, they found the one thing that was still intact. Heard something break. Sounded like something in the house over here. Oh, something I just heard break was person on the door over there. It was Solo, isn't it? Yeah, she's Solo over there. Barricades are weaker. Weaker than they've ever been right now. Oh. Getting out of there anytime soon. Interesting that you don't have to be facing a loot container in order to drop everything on the ground. But if you want to extract a single item, you've got to be facing it. If I can't fit this satchel into the trunk. Just barely. Actually, that's a perfect fit. Go figure. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is frame pack in the offhand. I've never used GOG. I have a high opinion of the concept, but I've never used it. There's never been a game that I felt the need to go to a different platform for. This is a piss poor house to be a survivor house. I don't even know if I'm gonna need this bag. I mean, maybe the kitchen is always where you tend to find a lot of stuff, but what is it? 4 cabinets? That's it. 4 cabinets. They put 3 frogs in the fucking fridge. Okay. Hey, cat food is actually a thing. I almost want to take that just for the novelty, but no. There's no redeeming qualities to it. It's all garbage. Hey, an MSR 7T. That's what I'm talking about. That's something worth bringing out the frame pack. Okay, not much of a survivor house, but you got a few things. Honestly, the MSR 7T made the entire thing worth it because those are great. The MSR 7T, if anybody's not familiar, that's the long distance rifle that I've been using. Didn't get quite as much of an opportunity to use it here because we could not start shooting it until we were past like the street light here, lest we might be within hearing range of the animals at our base. So because of that reason, I dealt with most of those guys with short range, which is why their corpses are such a bloody pile over there. All these guns have got to have their ammo and whatever pulled out of it. It's a two-handed job, so I'll come back to that. Actually, all the ammo we picked up, I can just go right... Wow. We're not actively discharging shotgun right now, so... Let's pack the 12 gauge into a carton. We'll carry the carton with us. Fuck was that sound? That's a new one. Sounded like somebody tripping over a bottle. Or am I going insane? Was that like a real life noise? Did anybody else hear that? It sounded like somebody tripping over a glass bottle. Why'd she come in here from an alternate universe? Apparently these frogs are like supposed to be edible. but they don't look edible. They don't look like real frogs. There's no freshness stat to them. They're decorations as far as I'm concerned. So we now have 3 backup MSR-7T rifles at full integrity. There's more back at Phallus Lake if we need more. Another box of shoddy there. So candles are useful if you want to use, if you want to do lots and lots and lots of pottery all at once, which is not something I would even rule out. The most efficient thing to do is to light a candle and keep it lit and use the candle as your fire source as you're churning out whatever it is you're churning out at the kiln. Since every single thing you do at the kiln requires a fire source, it's convenient for individual things to just use a lighter or a match or whatever. But if you are doing, like, I don't know, 500 floor tiles, then light a candle and use the candle instead, because that will save you charges on any of your fire sources. Got another Brazilian in chat. Brazil mentioned. Looking good everywhere else. Let's fill up our water and identify another target here. We successfully handled local survivor house there. Could do worse than the south of the school there. This is another annotated map target. And we've already worked most of our way there. Yes. It's another one right up here. I don't even know what this is. It's a stable. Don't get lost in trees. Those things are in there. Yeah, no shit. They're kind of everywhere here. So basically that would be just right down Main Slick and then a turn after the school. I know exactly where that is. And we are weapons free as soon as we pass the gas station. Past the gas station, we can shoot as much as we want. We will not have to worry about being too close to the aminals to be shooting the guns. So that's our MSR-7T coming out then. I'm going to go ahead and assume that we're going to be discharging to 357. Get that carton opened up. I will decide whether to add the M16 to our loadout when we get there. The situation may call it, maybe it won't. We'll see. Of course, the most important thing we can do over here is not flatten the cones. I'm sure the pothole damages your tires update is any day now. But it's not here yet, so these are just annoying me, is all they're doing. Oh, yeah, I appreciate that. Some of the stuff that you see on screen transcends the language barrier. Yeah, the M16 is going to be useful here because there's just going to be a number of targets that we're going to have no choice but to deal with at moderate range. We are safe to shoot as close as here. Any closer and we've got to worry about the aminals. So, we are going to be dual-wielding heavy weapons here. M16 goes on the back. M16 magazines into the backpack. The rifle comes out first, and we drop it if the situation calls for it. There are no windows intact left in this house here, so that house is not a concern. Damn it! I was shooting another one that I didn't even know was there because the stupid, oops. Falling back a little bit due to this stink. So you can see now why I was, at one point, somewhat interested in a fiddler on the roof scenario for the gas station. Because if I could get rooftop access to the gas station, then I could shoot down on these guys as they come down the road, and I would have far less vulnerability to them directly, at least. Ammo check. We're at reload. Reload o'clock. Oh, would you look at that? It's reload o'clock. Oh, it's all the way over there. The fucking Brad FX, how's it going? Damn it. I hate situations like that. There's nothing I can do about it. Now we're in the real stink zone. I'm probably going to have to put the mask on or try to power through this. As in, just go straight through to the other side. I'll probably put the mask on, but I'll try not to keep it on too long. I'm going to need a replacement filter on standby, too. Come on, right over this way. Don't always have to get out for everything. Current M16 is looking like 8 rounds. Finally. Bill is unacceptable. So the mask is on, but we're getting stink. That means new respirator. Fucking trees. God damn it. Fucking hate those trees. Current kill count. Lots. 15k last I looked. Currently 16, 116. I don't really care about kills, I care about objectives. And right now, our objective is don't get ambushed by the fuckers coming out of the trees. Which we almost failed. We got him, it just, wasn't pretty. We won't be getting out and fighting here for too long. But I would like to peel some people out of houses and get them moving in this direction. At the very least, we have so much less tree coverage here. Me from my truck, please. Starting to get daylight loss. I want you all to pay close attention to what Mr. Brad FX said in chat. He's probably joking, but imagine if he wasn't. This is why I don't play survival crafting games multiplayer, ever. Or public multiplayer. Doesn't matter who you are. You could be a F-list micro streamer, or you could just be a regular dude. You'll eventually get those people. Those people. But you see, remember, I always said that if you're playing this game multiplayer on a public server, you're not really playing a survival crafting game. What you're doing is playing a rotating security shift simulator. And if you're not, then you're doing it wrong, and you're going to get beaten by somebody who is. And does that sound fun to you? Because it doesn't really sound fun to me. Maybe you're young and you don't understand where that goes. You'll figure it out someday. Most of them coming from down the road now. Those are too far away. I don't know why I'm trying for those shots. Even aiming level 10 couldn't have made those shots. There are limits. I love how these guys are just walking away. They're just like, nope, nope, nope. We're not dealing with this guy. Fuck off. 3 shots from a MSR-7T. We're definitely losing daylight here. We're only down to 30 shots anyway with the MSR-7T. For nighttime, we convert the M16 from a 4x scope to red dot, and then we use our flashlight as a rangefinder. A little more dangerous, less range, but still very, very good way of dealing with zombies. Currently at 0 shots. Ooh, what do we got here? Prop with a MSR, JS3T. And now you find out why certain sounds should not have been increased. Just like door slapping. Because we can now hear those from just as many tiles away. Got ourselves quite a lot of aiming experience. We're about 1/7 of the way through the level. Aiming level 9 currently. I completely gave up on road corpse discipline. I've just had enough of that shit for now. I am pushing a little far forward here. I just wanted to survey what was coming our direction from down here. All those fence slappers can continue fence slapping right now. Alright, daylight is officially completely gone. Not even a little bit left. We are out of here. We've done great things today. Fixed. Not being able to enter vehicles at certain angles. Well, we don't see the progress bar anymore, so they fixed something. But I don't know about you guys, I'm hitting E and I'm not getting in. What do you think? Should I send them my save? No, they wouldn't take it. We've learned our lesson. Wait, what happened? Oh, I put the half-mask respirator on the wrong seat. Okay. Yeah. I understand what happened there. See, right now there's a bug. If you're organized, you can fit more on the seat than is actually allowed. We can fit as much as 6 on the seat, but then when we get up, we can't get back in it. I haven't done that in a long time, so I forgot that that was still a problem. Wasn't the glitch I was thinking of, a different one. I mean, that's another glitch that I would love to see fixed, but yeah. They got bigger fish to fry, I guess. I feel like I want to swap to 2 times scope instead of 4 times for night fighting. I want to see what that feels like. We'll do that at some point. I need to start carrying around at 2 times if I want to do that, though. And I don't have a 2 times, not in here at least. Should be one out in the ambo. A little bit of everything out here, always, at all times. Need to start organizing some of the stuff back here. There we go. Less often used things. Alright. Bedtime is a go. We did drink coffee, so it's going to mess things up a little bit. Yeah, it should say seat occupied. You're right. That is the biggest glitch right there. I mean, it shouldn't let us put more stuff on the seat than we're allowed to have in it if we're going to be able to get in. So that's already a big problem, but what else is new? Little oversights that have been there since the very beginning of B41. Drank our coffee, so we're replacing it with some lovely stuff here. Didn't realize we could put lemongrass in our coffee. I'm here for it. coffee that I carry around in the vehicle. Could use some sprucing up. Abreu, how's it going? We are progressing through Louisville today. Made some pretty decent progress on clearing the gas station road here. You know what? I actually feel somewhat confident putting some green arrows down of cleared territory. At least gas station all the way up to the corner of Main Slick and Waverly. And this is what we're working on now, Main Slick to New Oak. We did quite a lot of shooting there today, but there's still going to be plenty of people waiting in the wings to be dealt with. You know, I could use another chair somewhere. I have chairs hanging around here. There were like 16 or so swivel chairs here, but I don't know what I did with most of them. They should have made their way into the furniture bins, but those are all over the place now. Aha, here we are. Yeah, let's just take out 2 more of these so that we have somewhere to sit. Somewhere other than the one place back there. Alright, I'm going to step away briefly IRL, get some more water. Get that unpleasantly hot Moodle IRL, draining my water. I'll be right back, folks, just a moment. This is getting irritating. Lots and lots of heat in my area right now. Alright, bear pack. I have returned. I appreciate everybody sticking around. You wouldn't be able to fit much in the blue truck. It's mostly full. But if there were people in the world capable of doing that, then I wouldn't be playing. So, yeah, it's already halfway full. It's all full of tools. You would struggle to make use of them without a blacksmithing station, but I'm sure you can figure it out eventually. I need to sleep again before we proceed. Actually, a little bit past my bedtime. It's okay. Needed to build up some more fatigue because of the coffee. PvP brain is a hell of a drug. I know how it is. I used to be on it. I used to be, I mean, back in the day when I played Ark, I would always look at our tribe's base designs with the eye of somebody who was trying to break in, and all the various ways that I could fuck with the people. And it never really ended up being much of a, you know, the base design itself was always just a kiddie fence, because at the end of the day, the only thing that's going to prevent people from offline raiding you is you being there. Security shifts, 24-hour security shifts. No AFK is allowed unless somebody is covering for you. Looks like we got another day of good weather ahead of us. I'm totally here for it. Yeah, we'll finish what we started on main slick. We will need more ammo. We'll also need more food. And I'm going to need to get the stuff that I put into my satchel out of there, because that's basically... Satchel's where I'm shoving empty stuff now. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Sounds like you are talking about some fighter jets or something. We do not pull uncooked roasts out anymore. But the cooked ones, of course, sure. Not for now, at least. Actual literal sentences said in this channel. I didn't edit that too much, by the way. State Highway 67 is actually a thing in apparently where that incident occurred. The Idaho Department of Transportation did in fact close State Highway 67. Route 167 to State Highway 167. I'm not even fucking kidding you. That's in the original news broadcast. I did not sentence mix any of that. But of course I did absolutely make him say it many more times, because why not? I'm very easily amused. It's like we're playing fucking peekaboo. He doesn't exist anymore because I can't see him. That's the sound of somebody who didn't turn their PvP whitelisting on. Come on, out of the trees. There you go. trying to leave a drivable space here. It's working for the moment, but it's not going to work forever. Oh, these the filters are dead on this mask. It was a short time coming. These filters are the ones we're currently using. We're just using them the rest of the way up. Not quite enough people for there to be door scratchers breaking through here. That was a blind shot. I think I got him. Yeah, he did. I don't fucking care about the door scratchers right now. They'll figure out a way out. I'm not going in there to fight them. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll over these corpses at 5 miles an hour. If it doesn't make the sound, it means I'm not taking tire damage, right? I have no idea if that's actually the case. For all I know, running over corpses might not actually damage your vehicle. If you do it, I know that there's a chance that hitting a corpse can send you off kilter if you're moving at high speed. But I don't know if I've ever hit a corpse at high speed on stream before. Yeah, the death positions get a little bit silly sometimes. The new moon position. We can move forward a little bit here and we can actually have a bite to eat. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. This other roast I just pulled out of the freezer hasn't been cooked either. I need to stop doing that. That's extremely dangerous to my democracy. Yeah, that's literally gonna... That could fucking kill me. I'm not even joking. I can avoid running over the corpse if I do that. Nice. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a combat truck. It's supposed to be able to tank a little bit of wheel damage. It's not one of the vehicles I truly care about. But that doesn't mean that I'm just okay with taking damage that I don't have to. Oh yeah, no problem. Glad the VODs are good. Glad that it's still decent content even when it's not live. And we'll be able to actually use the katana in combat. I'll feel more comfortable doing it when we get to maintenance level 10. So we've gotten to whatchamacallit, Longblade level 10. So now I just want to get to maintenance level 10 because what that does, that maximizes my chances of not taking damage to the katana. So if anybody's not familiar with what he's talking about there, we've got a katana that we found recently. It is unfortunately at half durability already. That's not going to affect its damage. It's still a fucking absolute beast of a weapon. But we are going to be waiting until we are higher level maintenance, as in like max level maintenance, before we mess with it. So this roast that I pulled out of the freezer earlier this morning was not ready to be eaten. I'm just going to eat some cooked eggs here. I don't feel like overthinking my meal prep right now. We're already back into weight loss, and that's perfectly fine because we got to like 83 kilo, so that problem's solved. Other problem is we're out of 762. We just ran out of 762 and I didn't even notice, so let's get another couple of cartons of 762 out of the I'm also thinking about swapping MSR7T. I think I can get a little bit more use out of this one. I'm not noticing too many jams. And when I do, honestly, it's already a slow-paced weapon. So jams with the MSR7T are a lot easier dealt with than something you expect to be shooting constantly, like the M16. I don't think we have any more loose boxes back here. I'm going to take 2 cartons of 762. I'll put one into the trunk, open another, and take maybe like half of the boxes. Speaking of jams, all right, that's all cleared up. Back to work. It might seem like I'm using guns a little bit more than I normally would, and if that seems to be the case, you're 100% correct, because I would like to, now that I've finished leveling Longblade completely, guns are next. I would like to level guns to 10, and then I can stop thinking about what my weapon is. I can just use the best weapon for the situation at hand, and I don't even have to consider experience gain, because we're done. Now, in that circumstance, when I get to that point, you'll probably see me start doing a little bit more swords than gunnery, just because I can make more swords almost infinitely. Guns I cannot make more of, and bullets I cannot make more of. And although it might seem like we have a lot of guns, which we really do, when it comes to the best of the best guns, there is a finite quantity, a very finite quantity. And at some point, we'll no longer have M16s in good condition just on tap. That's something that we could foreseeably run into at some point with this character. I mean, we were already running into it, like, on Nora. Nora got really lucky and found, like, 1 or 2 M16s. Annie only found 1 in her entire career. But just because we found more on Dani here does not mean that they're infinite. They're still very finite. Now, that also being said, there's a few military checkpoints we haven't hit yet. So there very much are other places we could go looking for them. But I could tell you that there's a darkness at the end of that tunnel, and I can see it. Oh, right. Maybe I should actually get more magazines if I intend on shooting the M16 more. What a doof. See, I actually should make use of this area a little more if I can, because the chances of getting flanked from the north are a lot lower thanks to that wall. I just got to make sure that I don't let the stress buildup go too crazy. There will be plenty of zombies slapping that wall up there, but for every slap we gain a little bit of stress, but for every kill we lose a little bit. Gotta keep that equilibrium up. Stress isn't a problem if you kill them fast enough, because killing zombies reduces stress. When did I create this character? Like, what month? I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. I want to say... Ooh, wait a minute. That was just a door. Okay, we're good. I'm going to F2 because I don't want to blow too much time. If I go to my footage folder here, all I got to do is sort by date modified. And March 31st, so right at the end of March. You could say that this character was started in about April. So we're about a month and a half of this character's IRL time. I really shouldn't use the 7T for these shots. I am very curious if we can actually end up seeing one of those one of these fence tiles up here break. I've never seen it happen before. I believe it can, but I've never seen it happen. All right, now we can 7T a little more. I love it when they flip over fences in quantity like that. That makes them very easy to kill. Five rounds in the current M16 mag. Once again, going back and forth here. Switch to your sidearm, it's faster than reloading. Look at that lineup. Look at all the slow ones in the line. You know, I do get bullet penetration, but I think they got to be closer. Idea. Ah, take that, fence slappers. A little ambush there. Didn't want to spend too much longer there. I knew these, not just these guys, but they could be coming at me from multiple angles back there. Just wanted to get a few people that were definitely stuck there. Where are we at now? 13 rounds, current mag. Got some long distance targets. Go long. One coming through the trees, bottom left. There you go. Filter is now dead on this one too. I did not expect this one to last long either. This next one will last quite a bit of time. Every time I take a tactical pause in the shooting here, the zombies that are stuck slapping the fence will stop, or some of them will stop slapping and start coming around. It's actually good to take a tactical pause every once in a while. Give them a chance to come around. 7 rounds, current mag. Stuck in a 3-tile span. Yeah, that does sound right. We did get that. So far, the only time we've seen that has been the military checkpoint fence. I was quite impressed to see it, but if it was going to happen anywhere, definitely the Louisville checkpoint. I'm feeling good about this intersection, honestly. Like, obviously, there's still a bunch of fence slappers, but nothing new about that. It's Louisville. See that one right there, who we just nailed coming around that fence? That was a former slapper. This is where we were last night. Typical American school parking lot. Sorry, that was a terrible joke. The rest of the world is quickly catching up with us. I don't think there's too many more left to come out of the building itself. And we do have stragglers from the neighborhood, of course, but like a good neighbor, Dani the Drifter is there. Don't worry, I will not shoot Spiffo, the raccoon, there. You know, raccoons are one animal I've never raised at all in any of my characters. If I can find a way to catch one, I might do it. I maintain that raccoons should be trainable. We should be able to train them to go loot zombies for us. So the closer we get to, what is it, 1861 out here? What is this road? It's not 861, it's 1394. The closer we get to 1394 out here, the more tall fences we're going to see. Not the biggest fan of them. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but that is a lot of thumpity thump. It wouldn't surprise me if the stress gain becomes unmanageable soon. I'm going to do some attack and fall back on this road because I want zombies to come from this corner and show themselves. I also want them to come out of the neighborhood above me and show themselves. Who are you? Show yourself. I mean, if they want to just turn around and start slapping their faces. Now, at some point, the forest above us will be, by nightfall, these forests will be swarming with orcs. That was a rat that I shot. That was really stupid. Oh, I'm out. Of course I am. I've been pissing metal. Video on my channel called Project Zomboid Endgame Gunplay, where I was on, I believe, Annie at the time, and going down this exact road. My tactics have significantly evolved since then. And I can tell you for 100% sure that the game has gotten better since then, because we no longer have to worry too much about stress build up to infinity. The M16 has gotten so much better since that video. It almost feels like a different paradigm, like a completely different paradigm. I no longer have to worry about fences being rendering me completely combat ineffective after like 30 seconds of fighting near them. Oh, come on! 5 fucking I fucking hate it when that happens. M9 then. Oh, look at that. Stress level 100. Okay. What changed? Why are we at stress level 100 now? I don't know. I don't know. We just are. Welcome to Project Zomboid. Fences don't cause stress anymore until suddenly they do. I literally have books on my driver's seat prepared for this. We're just going to drive down the road and read a book. So fucking stupid. And at this rate, we're not long from fatigue. Deleted most of our stress. This is unsustainable. I want to see if one of these fucking fences ever fucking breaks. Yeah. I'll point blank these guys until such time. Still hate this game sometimes. Every once in a while, it just finds a way to really get under my skin. Doing the game. Why do you have to be mad? Honestly, we're performing pretty well with firearms, given that we're at the breaking point. I just wanted to see if any of these fucking fences would ever goddamn break. But, nope, they just can't make it happen. Lots of zombies there that just don't know how to group up enough. I've thrown Molotovs at these fences, by the way, just to see if I could get them to get the fuck out of the way. It doesn't work. Nothing does. Only good old-fashioned carpentry and putting yourself at extreme risk by getting up close to it. I'm just gonna go back to base, pet an animal, read a book. It's a fatigue o'clock anyway. put that? Oh, backpack, of course. We're staying ahead of the unhappiness that we're going to get from being stressed like this. By eating the roast, washing ourselves at the sink. I'm going to swap my books, and we're going to go sleep out there in the barn with the aminals. Pet my turkey. My turkey's a good turkey. Can't remember if I had any lights out here that I could turn into battery connector lights. Here we go. That's premium tech. I can't uninstall that. You know what? I'm commandeering an electrical part from the bag of electrical parts for the generator. Stress officially deleted. I'm going to do a couple of cartons of 556 into a couple of magazines. You know what? I'm just going to leave the Black Step van, which it's just got so many cartons of 556 in it. I'll leave it down there next to the loose ammo box, or the ammo van. I do want my SWAT van to be nice and visible. After all, it is a rare find. So we'll alter the lineup here. Pray I don't alter it further. I literally just had it there. I don't know what's wrong with me. Brain is not functioning at 100% right now. The heat is not helping. So we'll do Huns, black ammo, and then SWAT. Beautiful. I like it. Now that's just Providence right there. I had room for 5 bullets, and there's 5 bullets that go into it. Fortune favors the bold, though. Alright, so we've got a bunch of M16 magazines that we need to reload. I was going to put more away, but no, we're going to reload them. In fact, we're going to get out 16 M16 magazines. That is 2 cartons. We'll get you 16 mags. I don't suspect this will get us to the next level of reloading, but I wouldn't be opposed to it if it did. And 8. It's a little early. I'm going to go ahead and catch our second sleep now. I don't suspect we're going to be doing anything major combat related tomorrow because I don't know if y'all saw that all the no-shooty water falling from the sky. Yeah, no, I don't. There's nothing that's jumping out at me right now as something that I don't have. I'm going to turn the game's volume down a little bit. because rain currently gets really fucking obnoxious if you let it. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'm just going to dump all these straight into the trunk of the truck. Only. Somehow that's a perfect fit for the trunk right now. Yeah, we could, I mean, there's a little bit more we could fit, but not much. Maybe I'll load some magazines today. A lot more than what I just loaded. There's no reason not to. We're doing lots of M16, so we could afford to do some more. I'll make a couple duffel bags full of M16 magazines. If we do it 16 at a time, that's 20 encumbrance. That's about a duffel bag of... Yeah, let's do it like that. And do something with this tire. And this is why I moved the black van closer, because this is where most of our 556 is right now. I'm going to take 4 cartons out. You know what? This is actually something I'd rather do with police duffel bags. They're nice and bright and vivid. They got a unique color. So for each carton, we just do half of those, half of these stacks. So that's 8 magazines per carton. Now this could get us in the direction of, what's it called? In the direction of the next level of reloading. You're right, KTO. The plushies, there are a few places you can find them. In the Louisville airport, there is a toy store And I found, when we hit that on Nora, I found actually quite a few of the rare plushies there. More than I ever would have found probably at any other POI. My character probably would have a thumb injury of some sort after pushing all those bullets into a magazine. She would need a thimble. That's what I would do in real life if I had to load this many bullets into a magazine by hand. I would absolutely have. I'd just go over to my sewing table over here and put the thimble on my thumb. You can't currently do anything with thimbles, but that's kind of what a thimble's supposed to be. It's protection for your thumb for when you're doing things that involve pushing with your thumb a lot. Don't know if that would fuck with my dexterity for loading the magazines, but I would definitely try to make it work. My hands are by no means soft, but that doesn't really matter when it. People will get blisters from repeated action, no matter how hard they are. Don't take that too far out of context. $36.52. I'm curious to see exactly what the XP totals are. $36.52. And then we're going to reload 8 magazines, which is a total of 240 bullets. $36.52 to $37.34. No wonder this is taking so long. Every 8 M16 magazines I load, I'm only getting 82 experience. And I need 4,500 to get to the next level, or 4,500 total. But I mean, let me just do some quick math there. If that's 82 experience per bullet, what was that, 240? So that's 240 divided by 82? Or 82 divided by 240. Yeah, we're getting 0.34 experience points per bullet into magazine. Let's just call that 0.35. I don't know if I would recommend Humanity. The reason not is because, as far as I recall, that's an Unreal game. And Unreal games, I have a bias against them, but one of the things that makes Zomboid so popular is the fact that you can mod it so easily. Unreal Engine games, unless the devs really know what they're doing and going real far out of their way to make it happen, Unreal Engine games are really hard to mod. So just from a modding standpoint, which again, mods are some of the most popular content for this game, I would go as far as to say that Zomboid has got better potential because of it. Yeah, Mike. How's it going? Now, that was very interesting. That was a work-adjacent call. I say work-adjacent because what it actually was one of my homies from the job, who's also a personal friend, but he was curious if I could help him out with some investigative tools for his users on site, that's something I've almost never been able to do. The number of times I've been able to actually assist my client in an investigative capacity have been like once or twice maybe. Kind of fucking wild when I get the opportunity to do that, because I mean normally I'm just tech support. I just help them make sure their computers work. But yeah, no, I might be able to write some scripts for him and help him out with something cool. That'll be tomorrow morning when I clock in. Normally, I always say on this channel, don't take extra work that's outside your wheelhouse. I would not have done this if it was my regular manager asking me, of course. If it was my regular manager or anybody above him, I would have been like, okay, how much? But this is a personal friend of mine who's interested in going above and beyond, so I don't mind helping out with that. It's been a little while since I've actually had something to challenge me at work. But yeah, in case it wasn't obvious, I just kind of got into maintenance mode there while I was taking the call. Not that there's too much else going on while it's rainstorming over us like this. I want to say the worst of the rain is over, but we're about to find out, aren't we? It's always when it gets to like that rainstorm phase, it starts really churning out. But one of the things that my buddy wanted assistance with was something I just so happened to possibly have right here on screen already. He wanted to, I'm not going to get into the specifics, but it was something to do with verifying files, verifying that they're not something screwy is going on in the files. So what I was recommending is just get a way to check the file headers. Now this, of course, you're working with somebody who's a little bit sophisticated. They're not going to, this is not going to be a problem for them to get around. But for example, I have this script right here that I wrote for, this is a long time ago. I wrote this for SMF files, which are wrapped WAV files. I came up with this for modding Company of Heroes 2. It's another game that I play. I played this a long time ago. I tried streaming it once and I got like 2 likes and 2 dislikes. So I was like, okay, yeah, it's not very popular with either YouTube or the audience. So, but it's just a really simple. This is a hex swap. I would just have to adapt this script in order to spit out the header, and then the header you could read into it and see if it is the kind of file that you're actually supposed to be, or if it's something sus. See, the agency that I work with, they have their own cybersecurity investigative division that's completely separate from any of the field sites that my buddy would be working with. So that would be a lot of red tape to get them involved. But if the solutions we come up with are not good enough, then that's what they're there for. I'm supposed to pull something out of the freezer. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, let's pull off the last salad here. It's use this microwave. Let's see if we can actually get this thing to thaw quickly here. So 10 minutes isn't quite enough, it seems. Looks like 15 is right around the 15 at max max temp. It looks like. I would have to compare that to an oven at max temp to know for sure. A little bit of time left before it's supposed to be bedtime. I could load some 9mm mags in addition to these that have been loading up here. I'm going to put these duffel bags full of M16 reloads up here so that when we drive past with the fire truck on our way out, we'll know to come up and grab one if we're low or out. Now this is no good. I need to be able to put the M16 itself into the trunk here when it's full, so we'll just take a few torches out. You know what? I would like to see, let's just test this. If I started using a 1911, which I don't have a 1911 anywhere. What about a BF pistol? Since I do actually have one of those, and most of my BF magazine collection. But that's beside the point. What I want to see is what it feels like to just reload a magazine on the fly. I would like to see what that feels like, because we used to be able to get away with that, and then they kind of fucked with reloading a little bit, and then suddenly it didn't work very well. So here's a box of 44 Magnum. Okay, so there's a magazine in the gun, but there's no bullets in the magazine. So I hit R. You know, for reloading level 6, this is pretty weak. I remember it being so much better than that. but it's not that bad. It's definitely better than level 0. It's not like it was before, where before it was like, you might as well have been level 0. Now, what's the niche of this? It's not like the 1911. The 1911 just kind of feels like it kind of feels like a revolver, really, if you can get over the fact that you have to reload it differently. The 1911 just feels like a revolver in terms of its power, stopping power. I'm going to use the BF, then I'll need tritium pistol sights and a laser sight. Just like 9mm. I'll see what it feels like. It's something I've been wanting to do for a while. If I really like it, then we can mass reload a few magazines of it. That wouldn't last very long, but it's all about those reloads at this point. Alright, a little early, but first bedtime coming right up. I've been procrastinating deciding what to do with certain parts of my base here. You know, now that we've got some rain, I'm going to go ahead and wash the floor. That's an easy win that I could come up with right now. So how do we wash the floor? We get some bleach, we get a mop, and we get a bucket of water. And what you got to do is, this is the most important part, is dilute the bleach so that it's like a little bit of bleach in a bucket of water, which is easy to do while water is falling from the sky. Empty it just slightly, and then add bleach back into it. I like to do like about 100 milliliters at a time these days. And now at long last we can fix all these blood stains on the floor up here. As you can see, it cleans the walls as well. Still a little bit of bleach in there. so this other bucket I'm going to put back outside. I think we're out of bleach. So I'll leave that bucket back here. Now this is going to look a little silly, but we can actually clean the exterior walls too. I'm going to leave some of the vines there. I will think about which ones to remove and which ones to keep. Eventually we'll collect more flags, and I'll want more flags on the walls. And when winter comes around, the whatchamacallits, the vines go away and get replaced with ugly, barren nothingness. If I use up all the bleach again, I'm not going to continue with this. Just this outer wall does not get enough view time for me to worry about it too much. It's just here to keep the zombies out, which it does very well. Oh no, that's mean. Oh, that's mean. I ran out of bleach on the last tile. Oh, that's mean. Oh, that's really mean. I'm mad about it. It's alright. I mean, 99% of this place is beautiful now. And we're only about 1 hour late for bed. Looks like the rain is going to keep going. If that's the case, there's some tile work I feel like I could do on the floors here. Oh, yeah, rain and fog today. Nasty combo. Not a fan. I'm going to fix up some of these ugly floor tiles. In order to do that, we're going to need the ability to rebuild them, which we have the technology. Now, what you got to do is you got to be able to pick up the floor tile first without breaking it, so carpentry level 10 is my prerequisite. But then you've got to destroy the floor underneath it after you pick up the tile. The reason that you see how we pick up the tile, but there's still this fucked up whiteness that would still be there if we put the tile back down. That is not going to go away. We can pick the tile up and put it back down again. It won't go away. We've got to delete the floor underneath it and rebuild the floor underneath it in order to actually make it go away. Which is, if that sounds stupid, you're 100% correct. But that's the only way to actually get the floors looking pretty. But this is a great way to pass the time in a way that's actually somewhat productive. And I don't have to do all of them at once. I just want to do enough to ensure the rain is done. This is perfectly fine being done in installments. Yeah, I mean, I guess the, whatchamacallit, the reason they look fucked up is because there's rot in the floorboards. That would be a logical explanation. It's still a little silly, but it is what it is. As long as we have a way of making it go away. That's the important thing to me right now. So yeah, the rain's not done yet. This is why I always give it a little bit of time after it looks like it's about to be done. But less fucked up tiles is always a good thing in my book. See how we're not quite breaking even on planks. We started with 5 and now we're down to 4 because one of them failed to rebuild. I'll go ahead and saw a couple logs. Now, I'm going to be real with you. I actually think we might be able to make it go away by just building a floor tile underneath. Like lift up the tile and then build a floor tile. Like, we don't have to go as far as to delete it. But if we do it that way, then we have to spend more planks. So we're using less time, but using more resources if we do it that way. And I don't even know if it works, because I've never actually tried it. I'm not all about wasting materials here, so even if it does work, it's probably not something I'd do often. It's actually something we can do while we're waiting for this to cook anyway. Just about done. Way over halfway done. There's just, is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about that. Hey Richard, how's it going? We're doing some floor repair here. Well, we've got a rainstorm outside, screwing up my combat effectiveness. These messed up, ugly tiles we are fixing by deleting the floors underneath them and rebuilding them. Great way to pass the time if you're looking to fast forward a bit. Floors are always a time-consuming task. B-E-A. Beautiful. There's a little seam right here for some reason when I zoom out. Don't know why that's there, but don't really care because it's... oh, you know what? There's one spot we messed up here. And you know what? Let's move this truck up. Might be one hiding under there. Yep, look at that. So there's actually 3 that I missed here. I genuinely don't care if there's an ugly one underneath the storage shelves, because even if I move the storage shelves, there's going to be something in that corner. Now we're looking golden out here. Now we're looking truly golden. Of course, I have been thinking about where to build more storage crates. We could use some more, and it's only ever been a question of which wall will accept them. I could always just rebuild. I could just start replacing these. Yeah, I could start replacing these shelves with metal crates. Honestly, that's a very effective thing to do because these the metal crates can store almost twice as much. Almost. Not quite twice as much. Still with that odd leftover amount that I can fit one tile. Ashy OS, and it actually runs pretty smooth there. Yeah. Old machines can function a hell of a lot better on Linux than Windows these days. I think it's always been that case, but the gulf has definitely widened. I was thinking about putting a door to get outside in this direction. And now that I've decided on this orientation for my garden, I think that door is going to be right here. So I'm going to skip a tile for building the metal crates here. Theoretically, I shouldn't need it. I feel like I'm missing a spot for industrial ovens. There you are. I might do something upstairs that uses some of this, but it would only be in a decorative capacity because a lot of this is power bearing, like the silly fridges. There's lots of fridges here. Never been a fan of those tall storage shelves. We'll be very glad to be rid of them. I hate them. I can't see my character on the other side of them. It disgusts me. If there was better culling, if we could see our characters on the other side of things more reliably, I wouldn't have a problem with it, but, well, that's not the game we're playing right now. I have select pet peeves about certain things. That's one of them. Gotta be able to see my character at all times. No exceptions. Yeah. I can understand wanting to chase that feeling, because, man, it gets a little, dreary. If I could build a base that could support more than just myself, that's always something that I would try for in the past. Haven't always been successful at it. So the last two crates here will be books and then memorabilia storage. And with that, that is all the storage I need for a long time. Already ready for a bedtime here. As far as fast forwarding ops go, that was a pretty good one. books that I've already read, we can use these as decorations to remind myself that the book box is right there. Brad FX, welcome back. New base, I don't know if I would call it new, but yes, something like that. We have bases all over the map at this point. This one is our main center of operations for Louisville. And that, because of that, that is probably, it's going to be the last biggest base we build. So I'm going to be putting the most effort into it. And it looks like the rain is not letting up. Welcome to fall in Project Zomboid. It is extremely annoying. I think the music is dead, so we'll resume the chill, as it were. All right. Yeah, since I don't have a purpose for these logs yet, at the very least I can make them not ugly. I'll just field kit this other one. We'll have to have a special home for every single axe. Just a correct one. Yeah, we found these gold ingots earlier this stream. There is a secret stash of gold in one of the crypts at the graveyard here. There are also stashes of gold in some of the banks. We have not taken any of those yet. Unfortunately, the bank here in Louisville actually doesn't have one. I actually understand that. It's a big city. What year was Rodney King riots? I don't remember. Something 90s. Oh, no, April 26, 1992. There was a riot on the streets. Tell me, where were you? You were sitting home watching your TV while I was participating in some anarchy or something. So yeah, there's absolute precedent for nobody keeping any important assets in a city. Not no more. Not after 92. Oh wow, this we got a big compost processing done here. Good. Honestly, multiple bins are not necessary if you just have one and empty it often enough. No shit. Sublime, isn't it? I actually forgot the artist off the top of my head. I mean, there's an alliteration to it. Sixth has a bit of a better flow than 9. 9 is got a terminating syllable at the end. I can see that. But yeah, we could do something with these gold bars if we took them out, but then we would never be able to pack them back up into a pallet, so they're honestly better off as a decoration for now. Split gold bar would give us 8 small gold ingots, and then what we would have to do is forge those into gold sheets, and then gold sheets we could do some stuff with. Could make gold coins. Where am I at? This is Louisville. Specifically, we're kind of to the left of the Central Park area. If you go to the Central Park area, kind of just go directly to the bottom left and then leave. And then I call it Jericho because it's a unlabeled grocery store. So you got to come up with your own name for it. It's probably Gigamart, but if you take the first right off of 1st Street on your way into Louisville after the cemetery, go down Waverly, and then here you are at it's originally was a grocery store that we eliminated all the shelves and most of the conveyor belts up front we sledgehammered away. These ones I kept for aesthetic reasons. It's actually past my second bedtime here. Let's go ahead and hit the sack. I've been chilling at base for a couple days now, waiting for the rain to go away, but as I've said before, it's fall, and we're playing Project Zomboid, so rain is going to come, and it's not going to go for a few days at a time. That's just what it seems to happen in fall. And there's the thunder. I think I'll go ahead and get my side door put in so that I can get to the garden more easily. For that, I would like to weld the door together. That'll take a little bit of welding material here. Just 3 steel sheets, some dub rod, and then we'll need a couple of hinges and knobs here. And I also want to plaster the wall we're going to replace it with. And then we just need a sledgehammer. I've got one hanging around in the back of the secondary ambulance. American Tire. Actually, I don't know off the top of my head exactly which one you mean. Normally I wouldn't do that, because I like the fact that this wall has only one way in, but we've got all these fences here now, so it's not directly exposed. Also, the white plastered walls are a pretty good match for this brick anyway. It's noticeable, but it's not that bad. I'm willing to bet that the welding torches we eliminated when building the crates, the welding torches that we eliminated could probably, we could probably get rid of these propane tanks up here. These ones that are almost dead. I think we had to do a little bit of mop work to actually get it to look pretty, but we put some work in, and now it looks great. And we're not done. I mean, there's so much more work to do. Normally I wouldn't do it all at once, but I'm not going out and fighting zombies in this weather. Fuck this. I can't shoot very well. I can't hear things incoming very well. I just take days off from fighting when it's raining like this. It's a great balance. I like it. We're more or less prepped for heavy combat as soon as the rain lets up. I went and spent a little bit of time loading up a bunch of magazines. We've got like almost 100 of M16 magazines put together. Well, like 50, 60 something. So halfway to 100. I've known to embellish. Get our second coat of arms put together here. This, in my humble opinion, is the single best thing ever added to Project Zomboid. It is literally better at decorating than The Sims now. I am not being facetious or ironic when I say that. The Sims does not let you do this. Take notes, Maxis, if you still exist as a corporation. A subsidiary of EA. Whatever's left of their charred corpse. It don't gotta be perfect. Don't even gotta be close. Just gotta look nice. NASCARs. There are only about 20 places that they could possibly spawn. Regrettably, I gotta tell you that it is actually possible to get a world where none of them spawn at all. I will show you the spawn locations now. If you go to b42map.com, lovely website. I'll always shout it out whenever I point it out. There are a grand total of 3 spawn points if you go to Valley Station's drag strip down here. So you go to Valley Station, you go to the drag strip here on the road between West Point and Louisville. Turn on overlays objects, and you'll see that there are car spawns that are specifically labeled race car. Right, so there's 3 chances here at the drag strip for race cars. That's 3 chances of like 5% each. So yeah, good luck with that. And then the other place where you got a decent number of chances, probably the best in the game, because there's a lot at once here, is the Irvington Speedway on the opposite side of the map. All of these are shots at race cars, and when we went there on this character, that's where we found these 2, and that's it. I think we found a few burned wrecks, but otherwise it was just these 2. So all these potential spots, of all of them, we found grand total of 2. It was, your chances are not exactly good. It's kind of like playing the lottery. But on the bright side, you can always find out relatively early if you nail yourself a crowbar. What we did on this character is we broke into the Irvington Speedway through the side all the way down here. Right across from this street, we used a sledgehammer here, busted our hole into the side of the walls, and then just drove around and checked to see if we had any spawns. We actually got really lucky, and we managed to steal a few. What am I doing? I was just showing homie in the chat there what he was asking about. Base work is what my character is doing right now. Specifically, we're at the next phase of expansion here, and I'm getting hit by option fatigue because that's one of the problems with this base. It's so big that there's so many different things I could do. I'm just going to pass the next minute or 2 by working on some tiles down here. These ones escaped my eyesight earlier. Gotta pull these up completely to fix them. So we're short by 1 nail. Basically, if you want to make those floor tiles look not ugly, you gotta delete the floor underneath it. BEA, beautiful. It's a bucket of plaster anymore. And you know what? I think I'm going to do my, I'm going to work on my parking lot a little bit. It's not the best weather for that because the rain being on the floor actually kind of fucks up your view of things a little bit. Before we get started on that, let's fire up the oven and get one of these roasts cooking. We have a uncooked one that was in the freezer. Do I abandon my recent bases? I mean, I mothball them. I don't like to use the word abandon. Abandon means, like, you know, I take everything away from it and then I never go back there again. I like to use the word mothball. All of the other places that I've been to on the road here, for example, we got a field base here. We got a safe place to sleep there. S just means it's safe to sleep. That doesn't mean there's really any assets. I got a bunch of assets still here at West Point, and I got a bunch of assets still at my former primary base in Fallis Lake. But none of them have, like, generators running or, like, crops that I got to come back to or clear up. So basically there's no ticking clocks over my head. So the word I like to use is mothball because I don't have to, they don't require maintenance anymore, right? That's the important thing. There's nothing obligating me to go back to them. But if I feel like going in that direction on the map again for whatever reason, they're there. I know, right? Yeah, we can go gliding on the shiny floors now. Make Michael Rosen proud. Alright, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do more clay tile floors, actually, because I want to redo parts of the parking lot. I've actually kind of already gotten started on it here because we want to be able to go in and out of that opening there with this truck. And I want it to make sure that it's clean. The parking lot, if I were to use it as the lines are drawn by default, then Mr. Hungs here would actually be parked one tile over and he'd be in the way. So I'm going to fix that myself by doing some tile work to draw the exit right here. So that's going to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tiles times 2. 14 tiles of clay at 4 tiles each. So that's 4 times 14. We need to do 56. Is that divisible by 8? Yeah. So that's 7 cookings of tiles because you have to do them 8 at a time. So we've got more than enough clay for that. We got 77 clay just chilling right here. Let's press those right now. Might get us the next level of pottery. We're getting close. That would be a great excuse to read a book. No, it won't be. We're pottery level 5 now, but we've got to get to level 6 before we can read the book, so never mind. This might be the one time that I can show you guys what I use candles for. Because right now it's actually advantageous to go ahead and light this candle and use that to fire the kiln. Right, so otherwise you would need a fire source each time you did a clay tile cooking here. But what I'm going to do is light the candle and then use the candle itself as my fire source. This is one of the only useful things you can do with candles, in my opinion. But we were able to do that for all 7 of the cookings there. So I extinguished the candle. We can get some more use out of it still. So now we got 56 ceramic tiles, but in order to do anything with them, we need clay cement. That's where these buckets over here come in. Now, as soon as any one of these buckets get used up, we leave them outside to capture more rainwater, and we can do it all over again. Mix bleach with water, yes. I don't have an FPS counter, sorry, man. Just assume it's something higher than 60. It could be anywhere between 60 and 144, I wouldn't really know. So you can't really see the tiles very well because of the rain, but it'll look a lot more visible once the rain is gone. So I'm dropping all the buckets that we just used up. We ran out of clay cement. I'm just switching over to this bucket here that's already full. And we've already got the materials to make more clay cement on the floor over here. We use grass instead of sand. So I've just got a bunch of grass on the floor over here. And that should get us over the hump. I eventually want to do the same for the other side, so that both of my custom entrances to the front here are lined with tiles. Yeah, that's just another aspect of this game that's very poorly advertised. The first time I used up an entire bucket of bleach, I was like, there's got to be something wrong there. And so I tried cutting it, and I was very pleased to see that it only uses something like a couple milliliters of bleach every time you clean the floor, so it uses a lot more water than bleach, but it uses a specific amount. Yeah, that's how it be in it. It's always fall, man. It's always fall. At least I don't even have to think about watering the crops. We're getting close to phase change, I think. Yeah, it's literally hours away from a phase change, and then we can use some of the compost that we've got going on here. The rest of these, I'm going to be real with you guys, I don't even know if these, the garlic we planted, there's a small chance that our save will get broken by an update before this garlic is harvestable. It takes 240 days for garlic to grow. So this is not until next spring, basically. It's fall right now. It's got to go all through the winter. And then next spring we'll be able to harvest it if our save lasts that long. It might. The devs have been better about save game compatibility lately. No guarantees, though. Never has been. That is the unstable beta nature right there. I'm going to be real with you guys. There is a small part of me that if they break saves with an update to the game and there's nothing compellingly different about the early game experience, I might manually migrate one of my characters over. Like, I might just take exactly where she was in terms of her assets, at least in Louisville area, and continue on. But I don't know. It would all depend on what actually gets changed with the update. There could be a lot, or there could be a not. We could have another Echo Creek situation where people's saves get broken just because they removed Echo Creek from the spawn tables. Again, that was one of the stupidest things these devs have ever done. That's an interesting proposition, 7108. I would not be opposed to it. I'd be a lot more interested to see what comes after, right? Because right now, the devs of this game have some people on the dev team are working on 43 already. And what that tells me is that they might do a thing where they go from 42 unstable to 42 stable dropping, and then they might immediately release 43 unstable. I don't know if they would do that. Maybe they'll have a lag time between the builds. Perfectly fine if they do, but the fact that they've got other people on the team working on it right now tells me that they might be gearing up towards something like that. I gleaned a little bit from that dev interview that Atomic Duck did with the new game director. I think he was kind of wanting to say that they're well over the halfway points, but he didn't want to make any hard statements. His lips were a little bit sealed. 1,600 hours, and we've still got a bit of time before it's bedtime. I'm not beyond using sleeping pills, to be entirely honest. If I run out of things to do without having to deploy, I can and will use sleeping pills to just pass the time. That's one of the most valid uses of sleeping pills in my idea. But what I'll do in the meantime is there was another step van I wanted to go recover. Had some pretty decent parts on it. Press T and save your last game for safety save. I mean, I always back up my saves at the end of streams here. That's not really the point, though. If the game moves on, then I'm going to move with it. It's just a question of whether it's worth it to start over or not. When it came to my last character's save being broken, I was actually kind of okay with it, because they changed something actually rather major. That was when they changed Apocalypse so that that's what we play here, Apocalypse, all default Apocalypse. That's when they changed that the respawn was turned off. And I was definitely okay with that. So the place that I'm going is not going to have a lot of zombies. That's why I don't mind doing it in the middle of a rainstorm. There will be a few here and there, but none of the Louisville hordes that you would... Fuck did I just run into? It's a goddamn rat in my road. Disgusting. We want to be going this way. And this step van was not one we wanted. Stole its good windows already, I think. Nope. Okay, let's take that. I want to take the front right because one of my step vans needs a new window. Woe betide ye who would make a glass-making profession and not the ability to make new windshields. A fucking wear item. I was speculating on that before. I could understand if you would make it so that, you know, the windshields we make are more dangerous to break because we don't have the technology to make safety glass, the kind that, you know, automotive manufacturers do with their international production pipelines, to make that stuff that doesn't shatter and doesn't send shards of glass flying everywhere. I'm totally okay with that because that just means don't crash, which I'm already somewhat decent at. I've been known to make mistakes. Once or twice, perhaps. I would say for an apocalypse, I'm a pretty good driver. You know what? This one's got a bad window too. I'm not going to tolerate that. I don't have to. I think we're a little short on spare engine parts, so I'm going to steal another window from this one and then also the, front right window. And these six-seater vans, if they're good for one thing, they're good for having spare seats. Well, performance tires on this too. If I had my handbags with me, I would definitely have been stealing that, but it's fine. If I need more performance tires, I know where to find them. Mods, we've made a few mods ourselves here on stream, and they're only texture replacements, so we just changed the color of a few things. I was actually considering doing that on stream today. That might be a perfect way to pass the time. I was considering doing a fix-up for our helmet. The helmet we're using is one of the best in the game, but it's locked into some really ugly colors that I don't really like very much. We're wearing the most acceptable one, but it's still not that good. So yeah, I might actually do that after we get this step van here added to the lineup. But generally speaking, if you look in the policy, or sorry, look in the FAQ in the description there. That's where we talk about our mod policy. We do not use mods, and the reasons for that are in there. If it was stable, I'd be a lot more interested. But it's not. Looks like some of the chicks hatched. I'll have to go in there and check whether we've got young hens or young roosters, because one of them are going in the grinder. No, SWAT van is not a mod. It's just extremely rare. Good luck ever finding one. I never found one on one of my characters, but it is possible. I've only ever seen them as random events here in Louisville. Let's see, we've got a heavy duty, but it's not good condition. Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. I've got better batteries down here, I think. No, it's not like the don't get too excited over the SWAT van. It doesn't do anything. There's no light bar in it, and its engine is actually worse than most of the other step vans in my fleet right now. It's just a step van. It just has the word SWAT on the side, and the engine quality is only 58, which means it still fails to start 42% of the time before weather factors. I don't even remember where I got the keys to this, but I got the keys to it, and that's nice. I'll go fill it up at the gas station. The gas station should be mostly secure. We'll have to do a perimeter check first, but it'll be fine. Where did I find it? I mean, don't assume that you're going to be able to replicate this because it's random. But in this case, we found it here in Louisville at this at the corner of Wisteria and Gray here. But yeah, when I found it last time, it was just in a random parking spot somewhere else in Louisville. So basically, just travel through Louisville through enough parking spots, you might run into one. But just like with the race cars, it's not guaranteed. There is very much a possibility of there being a world where there's no SWAT vans. One of my previous characters never found one. Who was it? Nora. 700 something hours on her. Perimeter check before we continue. I've noticed that a lot of Zeds don't even seem to react to generators, but some do. It's almost like meta events. It's like some Zeds are sensitive to it and others just don't care. We actually recovered the SWAT van about one of the first things we did on stream earlier today. We found it last stream, I think. I don't remember exactly when it was, but I did a scouted around, and we identified it, marked it on the map, and then we went and grabbed it. So this van right here is just one of my future ammo carriers. It does not have an immediate purpose. Every van in the lineup right here, right now, is an ammo carrier with nothing but cartons of ammo in it. This one is... Actually, this one's full. Yeah, that one's full. All the others are completely full. This one specifically, this is a shotgun carrier. It is nothing but shotgun ammo. 13 cartons of shotgun in it. We'll save that for the skyscraper. We'll need it if we want to hit the skyscraper. One of my viewers, KTO, has been pushing me to hit the skyscraper on one of my characters. I feel like I've gone into hell with the MRF, so now we've got to go into heaven with the skyscraper. Say that we've seen the lowest and the highest extents. The spare engine parts we picked up can go to the citrus wave here. I think it still needs some hit. No, it's good. This one is scrap. Once I've pulled the rest of the crap off it, it's out of here. I was going to use the citrus wave as a ammo carrier, but now we've got an ammo carrier on standby. I have a feeling we're not going to need too many more. There's a few places here in Louisville that will find ammo, but the vast majority of the ammo in the map has already been consolidated on those step vans in that lineup there. Oops, wrong bag. It was this van that we wanted to get the extra window for. So the 3 Kentucky Heralds in our fleet, 2 of them found here in Louisville. This one was found somewhere else, possibly back at Rosewood, I want to say. I can't remember. It's been too long. Alright, some of this crap out of my inventory. Twine can go over to tailoring. I think we're done with the crowbar for now. That goes over here with base tools. Lots of work left to do, but I gotta take this in chunks. Or, well, that's what I would like to say. I would like to take it in chunks, but I mean, if I keep getting no shooty water falling from the sky, I'm not gonna shoot while there's no shooty water falling from the sky. Pro tip, if anybody's not familiar, when it's raining, don't go shooting. You're not gonna get very good results. It's gonna almost be a waste of ammo. Could do some more floors. Can't hurt, but we're pissing away our clay supplies. I'm not at all beyond doing another shipment of clay from the Ohio River. We would have to go back to West Point for that, though. Using the candle once more. It's 56 divided by 4. 14. So I can do 14 tiles of 4. Or rather, no, sorry. Not 14 of 4, because 1, 2, 3, 4. 14 tiles total. So that's, yeah, I would have to divide that by 4. In that case, I'm going to do 8 more, so that I can do at least 4 rows out. And I'll do that as an overnight task, since we're getting close to bedtime now, finally. I want to say the rain is going to ease up. We'll clear the building next live. I mean, when I'll do that at some point, weather allowing, of course. Assuming the weather is good and we can work in that direction. But that's only 2 worth right there, so I need to do that one more time. Tedious, truly tedious. Wait, no. I only needed 2 more. Yeah. Now we're just gonna have to do clay cement. Which, well, assuming that the rain keeps falling. Let's use up some buckets of clay cement then. Yeah, that eats up the clay cement so fast. But it looks like the rain is easing up, so if I use up the buckets now, maybe we'll get a little bit of refill as we sleep. Oh, we're running out of clay over here at the clay cement mixer. Should have enough grass, though. See, this clay cement is it's just so heavy. It is so heavy. It shouldn't be that heavy if it's gonna only be used, if there's only gonna be a little bit available to use. So the reason we did that there is now we know exactly what the driving path is to get through into the gate. So I can actually park the truck a little bit more nicely now. Except I can't, because I can't get into it, because fuck you, that's why. Now I can. It's a floating point math error on the encumbrance of the driver's seat, most likely. Love it when that happens. Good old-fashioned floating point math errors. The ambulance is already parked pretty well. There's not much is changing about that. You can see the parking line is actually still flush with the edge of the exit here. But I will mention, just to answer your question, Roberta, when we do the skyscraper, I will specify in the stream title, because that'll be an event. That'll be one hell of an event. It might be one of the most dangerous things I do in this game, because it's what it really is. What it boils down to is close quarters combat that you don't really have a choice. The vast majority of the time when you're dealing with buildings in this game, close quarters combat is a skill issue. It just means you didn't drag the zombies outside when you could have. You drag them outside, you fight them out there, you've got the advantage. If you go inside, then you're giving them free corners for them to come around and ambush you from. I don't recommend doing that. Why am I hearing sounds from that sheep that sounds stressed? I should not be hearing stress noises from any of my animals. Why is it unnerved? It shouldn't be happening. There's no reason for this thing to be unnerved. It could just be me running around. I don't think any of these eggs are turkey eggs. I'm trying to keep an eye out for them, but as far as I know, turkey eggs don't exist. I have been caring for turkeys for a long time now, and not a single one of them has laid an egg, so turkey eggs are a phantasm as far as I'm concerned. This, I've mentioned before, but this is a very weak cow. She does not produce a fraction of the milk that she should. If we had another 5 days of rain ahead of us, I would absolutely be going to get another cow. Are any of them fertilized? Yeah, that makes sense. So these chicks right here are new. They were recently born or recently hatched. So we must give them nombres. We haven't actually named the hens here. I'm just gonna call this Rhode Island Red Hen Jr. They're lucky that they were born female. If they were born male, I'd be putting them in the grinder. We do not have the capacity for any more males right now. Well, actually, it's not them I'd be putting in the grinder. It's my cockerel, the one that's fertilizing the hens. But all three of the chicks that have hatched so far are... Now that's interesting. Now that's really interesting. I can actually, I can rename the fun. See, you can't right-click on these things and hit animal info, because it's a wild animal. But if you go to the, put them in a zone, and then do it like this. But yeah, it's agitated, and I don't think it ever won't be, because I can't pet it. It does have, it probably has player trust at a high setting. I did observe that deer will build up player trust. But that doesn't seem to mean anything. They still try to run away from you. It'd be interesting if that manifested in them, like trying to observe you as a food source, as deer would in the real world. If you feed them enough, they'll view you as a food source and come to you for food. I'm actually going to hold on to these eggs because we could use some uncooked eggs. Ugh, fog. So we got rid of the rain. We've gone from no shooty juice falling from the ceiling to no shooty gas being in the air. So you know what? I am going to shift gears for a minute here. I am going to customize my helmet because I love this thing. It's great. It's best in slot. There's nothing better. But the appearance could be a little better. So we're just going to fix the appearance ourselves. I'm going to go to the game directory, go to media, go to textures, clothing, probably under hat. Yep, helmets are under hats. And it'll be pretty obvious. It'll have a 6 on it. There it is, jockey helmet number 6. I'm going to copy this first. I'm going to just copy that over to my mod folder. The folder hierarchy will have to be the same, so we go to my mod folder here under mods, tac pack, 42, media, textures. The folder hat doesn't exist, so we'll create it. Not going to click back on the game. Clothes and then hat. And then Control V, so it's in there now. So what is that? That's just like a little noise texture there. Yeah, it's just a little noise texture, and then what you see is what you get. The strap is fine. I would like to leave the strap as is, and that's going to include the back part of the helmet there. So I'm going to kind of do this blind. I don't feel like closing and reopening the game a billion times. So let's see if Photoshop can help us with quick selection here. Quick selection is pretty good sometimes, as long as the thing you're trying to grab is sufficiently different. Easy peasy. There's a little bit of bleed. What can I do about that? I could just do some shenanigans like this. Let's select the gray here, maybe, without aliasing. And then invert the selection. Yeah, let's do that. Control-Shift-I. Yeah, that's going to be better. I like that. Control-C, Control-Shift-V. Get rid of that first layer. Let's try this now. Yeah, I like that. Okay. It is a little harsh on the edges. I might smooth the edges myself after we mess with this a little bit. So let's do color overlay, and let's just use a noise texture that's already built in here. Isn't there a noise texture? It's not under textures. Filter, noise. Yeah. I'm used to other things that do noise better. I actually haven't tried to do it in Photoshop in a while. If I use water, I could use just scale it down a lot. Don't emboss. I don't want... let's start with a color overlay and then rasterize it. Alright, that's rasterized. Now let's see if we can apply a texture to it. Maybe not. Zacto, welcome back. I've decided I'm going to redo my helmet. That's a little obnoxious. But I'm giving it a little bit of noise texturing. Because that's what the original had. That's a little harsh, too. Honestly, let's give it like 4%. Yeah, 4% uniform. That actually looks pretty good. Now, honestly, in terms of color, I don't mind the color too much. But it is not quite saturated enough. So let me, I'm going to bring down the levels just a little bit there. Yeah, I kind of like that a little better. Now that's just going to give me a bright orange helmet. I'm kind of here for it, all things considered. What if I wanted to make it match the chest piece? If we look at the chest piece here, the chest piece, the jockey silks, are currently hidden because it's an underlayer. But it's kind of like I might want to edit this too, but we wouldn't be able to see it most of the time. So, but the jockey silks have like an inner. Where's a better way? I think I have another one. Yeah, I got another one right here. This is what it actually looks like. The jockey silks. It's kind of like it's like an X pattern almost. It's really cool looking. It's just a shame that we're not going to have much of an opportunity to actually see it, because the most effective thing to do in this game is to just wear multiple layers with holes in them. So maybe what I'll do is hold on to the area there that's got the 6. We'll hold on to the shape of it, minus the number itself, because I don't really care about the number. If I just made it exactly the same as the helmet there. Yeah, the under helmet is pretty good match for everything else. So we're gonna stick with what we already know there. And there's a little edge problem there. What we can do is stroke it out. Just do a stroke on the outside with the same color. Let me bump that up to 2 pixels. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe we'll glow it out too. Not multiply, but normal, and set that to like 1 pixel. Maybe 2. Lighter contour. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like that a little better. I mean, if I do it that way, I might not even need the stroke. Now I can always just manually touch it up too, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Let's rasterize and just pencil in the rest here. Oops. There we go. I would like to see what that looks like. I get the feeling it might... I don't know. I want to see what that looks like. I'm not, like I said before, I'm not going to go back and forth too much. If I find out that I don't like it very much, then I'm not going to fight it. So we've flattened the layers, saved the changes. Now all we got to do is reload the game. There's probably a command that lets you reload textures, but I don't know if we would be able to use it without having debug mode enabled. And I shan't play with debug mode fully enabled. If anybody couldn't exactly follow what we were doing there, we were just basically, we have a mod that's already loaded to replace a few textures, namely to change like the color of our backpack. And all we did was add another to that pile there. It's not that I dislike it, but, you know, I think I'm just, yeah, there is an easy fix to that. I just didn't like the way that turned out, so we're just going to stick to, yeah, we're just going to stick to what it was before with just a plain logo there. I think, yeah, you know what? Zacto is right. Dani does need a logo, and that wouldn't be too hard to do. I feel like something font related here. Oh, create a text layer. There you go. Danica Orillo is her name, so we would use a D and an O. But what would the font be? Something classy here. I don't have a middle initial for her. Perhaps that is, perhaps that's on me. Yeah, you know what? A different font maybe, but I do kind of like where we're going with that. Just a simple like initial masking or initial what's it called? Initial glyph, like what I did for my main channel. It almost looks like a Greek letter. Yeah, you know what? I actually kind of like it. It's not quite as obvious as some initial glyphs, but I'll take it. And it's already black on a white background, so all we got to do is rotate it to match the size it, of course. Got to make sure we size it right. Come on, where's my layer sizing? There you are. What are we using for the sampling? Let's do smoother. We'll have to give it a little bit of shape. Let's go ahead and clone it there. Also, the white background is not quite it. We'll use levels to match that. Let's bring that on down a little bit. We need to bring the whites down to match. There we go. That's more like it. The whites down to match the background there. So let's just make that 2-1-2. And I'm going to change the masking there so that I can get a feel for this while we maybe mesh it. Yeah, let's try a mesh warp a little bit. Do we have a shape that would work for this? We could bulge it. Or what's the inverse of that? Squeeze? No. Vertical squeeze. Give me a vertical squeeze here. There we go. No, we can do an inverted bulge. Yeah, inverted bulge and then a little bit of rotate. That's what I like to see. We lost the shape of the D, unfortunately, so it doesn't really come through as a D and an O. I don't hate it, though. I don't hate it. I would like to see what it looks like. Oh, you know what? Here's an idea. Yeah, I kind of like that. Let's see what that looks like. This will be the last time I close and reopen the game. If this doesn't look good, then I might just revert it. It's regrettable that she got bored from all this. But at least the fog is mostly gone. Let's fix that boredom with a nice salad, shall we? Boredom solved. And the changes have already been pushed, so we just got to close and reopen. I think it's going to come out all right, because I already like the color. And we're getting rid of... I just didn't really like how the changing the sides to black, it didn't work out the way I thought it would. So we fixed that, changing the sides to black. The sides are no longer black. Now we've just got a nice... if the glyphs are imperfect, I might edit those. I'll probably edit those off stream later or something like that. I think for now we've got a nice, yeah. I love it. I love it. It definitely could use a little hardness in the middle. The shape got a little too bent, but I don't dislike it. All right. I think most of our crops have transitioned to the next phase, so we could probably tap some of these. Or oh, we've got a few lagging behind. So we'll catch this evening then. Yeah, when we get back this evening. Did I fix the audio? Now I have. So now that we got good weather and the fog is in the process of lifting, it's like 90% gone. By the time we get out to our destination, it will be gone. We're gearing up for full combat. I do need to get a feel for the BF pistol. So you guys can see a little better now my my idea of where we're going with the entryways here. One more row of clay tiles would be fine for this side, and then I might make it connect all the way like I did on the other side. It's a little less important though. I just mostly wanted to measure out the parking spots, which that was a success. The direction we're going to fight in today shall be the general Louisville train station direction. Yeah. Because we have, I mean, there's some cleanup I could do down here on 1394. I'm not that interested in that right now. I've done enough. I have done enough residential for a short term here. That's where we've been doing most of our combat, has been residential. And we have a choice. We can go in a different direction here. That's exactly what I'm going to do. But before we do, I'm probably going to open an entire carton of 44 Magnum. Well, at least that's what I would do if I had one. We don't have any more loose 44 here. 23 shots is probably fine. I don't intend on using the handgun that much. And if I do, if I end up using the handgun a lot, then we'll switch to 9mm. I've got plenty of 9mm. So this road right here should lead us directly to the rail yard now. Any stragglers on the road will be dealt with extreme prejudice. Now, you may hear a bunch of zombies slapping doors and shit. I do too. We'll deal with anybody who shows up, but they're going to have to actually finish breaking whatever it is they're trying to break and lumber their asses out here. Otherwise, I'm not going in there to deal with them. They can come out here, or they can rot. That's definitely what I'm here for, Zacto. I enjoy myself a little homebrew. Perhaps someday I'll show some of my Skyrim mods. Today's not that day. It's been so long since I've made them that I've actually forgotten some of the pipelines. I would have to relearn some of the pipelines. I'm gonna blame the fence on that. Because honestly, if all of our shots are gonna be that wide, then we might not, it might not be a good time for shooting right now. Nah, we're good. Alright, here goes nothing. The train station here is a major POI. And now for the slow ones, body blocking the fast ones. We're definitely getting some weather interference. It's probably wind. But our shots are nowhere near as good as they were the other day. Oh dear. That's real life thunder. Okay. I've got a storm in real life then. I don't suspect that I'll have power issues, but it's happened before. Last time I had a power outage during stream, it had nothing to do with weather. But I guess that's what my chair shaking was. In any case, if I lose power, I have slightly redone my local, my computing rack here. If I lose power, I should be able to continue streaming for a grand total of 5 minutes. Not very much. So if it's a flicker, no skin off my teeth whatsoever. That's the whole point. The battery backup is not going to last long at all. Not at load. RTX 4090 is way too hungry of a beast. So, forewarning, if I have to randomly end the stream within 5 minutes of the lights going out, that will be it. Surprised that's all we saw. I expected a lot more than that. But I don't need more than that, believe me. I made a bit of a mistake and I didn't pack any food today. Let's go get food. There's really no reason not to. These zombies aren't going anywhere. Come on, get out of the road, Grandpa. I might be an idiot. Those discharges might have been a little close. It was only a BF8. Now the rail yard is confirmed safe, but yeah, I might have shot a little close to the animals. I don't know what the radius is of the BF8, but I have to assume that it's a loud one. I don't have any more meals prepped. See, that's one of the problems of me just taking a few days where I'm just eating through my food. I eat through all my food, and then next thing you know, there's no meals prepped left. We're just going to eat cooked eggs for now. We're already way out of weight gain and into weight loss now. We're just going to deal with this with Longplay. I do not need more stressed animal noises right now. Shotgun safe range doesn't start until quite literally the last row of houses up here. Right around here. Anything closer and we're risking the animals hearing it and getting stressed out and making really annoying noises. So, speaking of ending the stream, I do have a couple of other things that I needed to do today. Honestly, a lot of it is workout related. I need to further optimize my workout routine. I have not been doing it in the mornings as much as I've been wanting to. So I've been just getting, easing myself back into a workout routine here. At some point, it will be a part of my live streams where in the mornings, that will be the first thing I do before we actually get started with the game. Spend a little bit of time shredding iron and doing some stretches, and then we'll get started. And if you're not here for that, then I will include timestamps in the description. So anybody who's catching the replay will be able to fast forward through that. And the anybody watching live, I will change the title. So if you want to tab out, watch something else, come back maybe later. I will make sure to alter the title when we are playing the game versus getting ready. I'm doing this mostly because I want to hold myself to account. I seem to perform relatively predictably when I have to force myself to serve YouTube's algorithm and start my streams by 8 a.m. So I will hold myself to account publicly as a way to force myself to make sure I'm working out. Where is everybody slapping at? Oh, all the way over there. And yet I can still hear them. No surprises there. We don't want to spend too much time here because once they start flipping through the windows here. Yeah. Everything that my workout routines are mostly centered around is muscular endurance for the arms and jumping jacks, hikes for the cardio. I don't usually like to run very much, but if I get myself in the mood for it, I can do a little bit of running. Yeah, this is untenable. We gotta fall back. Just wanted to see exactly how many of them I could get to come out this way, since they didn't seem to want to take the bait over here. And we're out. That didn't... Wait, we're not out. Fuck. That was 2 jams in a row right there. Or it didn't seem to clear the jam properly the first time. We're getting a lot of failures to kill here because of the weather. I have no idea if it is the weather, but it feels like it is. There's nothing else that should be going wrong. We got daylight. We got visibility. Like, if I didn't know better, I would say there's still light rain falling. Like, this crosshair should be twice as tight as it is right now. And yet I just can't figure out why. I don't think it's because the weapon's damaged. It could be. Maybe the MSR-7T being below half condition is actually affecting our chance to kill. If so, that really sucks. I mean, jams are bad enough. Oh, now we're actually out of ammo. Okay. Viable self-sustaining animal. We're talking about Zomboid? Because, I mean, chickens are easily... cow and chicken. Cow and chicken are honestly the easiest. And when I say chicken, I really only mean, like, maybe 2 hens for a single individual. But I always find more than that. Like, you know, whenever I do chickens, it's almost always that we find a group. And I end up with way more eggs than I need. Not like that's even a bad thing, but it is a thing. Oh, double kill. That was a rare one. Pull-ups is probably really good. I don't know what it is about me and pull-ups. I've never had good success with them. Probably just a skill issue, but I mean, I don't know if there's something extra working against me because of my height. That's probably some cope. No, don't reload, please. We're quite good. M16 should be at 15 something? 18. I really fell back to try to get some more, to get some stink protection here. This is my respirator. And honestly, if we're going to be moving up in that direction, we need, let's go ahead and armor up. So I can no longer guarantee distance, so it's better safe than sorry. Honestly, if I had been using the M16 when they started flipping out these windows, we probably could have gotten a good bunch of easy kills. Maybe we still can. Just shit like that right there. That's a pretty... M16 is great at nailing them quickly if they want to flip out. You gotta nail them when they're in that state right after they flip, and they're in the process of starting to get up. If you hit him too early, you get that, and it takes 2 hits to kill him. Ooh, fuck. I was getting a little excited by the double kills there. I hate jams. I hate jams so fucking much right now. This fucking BF pistol has 8 shots in it. And that thing's gonna fucking start jamming too? Okay. Yeah, alright. Alright, alright. Whatever. We got 15 rounds of it. And that's it. Except we have 9mm still. Think I'm done yet? Oh, that's just it for the BF. I don't like it. I never have. It's a hand cannon. The flashy thing for people to show off how much money they can spend on guns. What? Rounds and no further reloads. So after this one's out, we are literally out. I would switch to blade, of course, but I mean, we are actually trying to focus on guns now. Because guns, we've read the book, and we've prepped a lot of ammo to shoot, so... But I think we're good on this particular batch. There'll be more. There always are. But the train station has a lot of real estate in it. I'll take a few reloads, but I don't expect there to be too much more fighting in there. don't know if I've ever actually been in here before. I have only ever lured them outside and fought them outside. It never felt like a reasonable proposition to come in here. But in the current situation, I am attempting to... Ah, okay. Beyond the train station here, this is just Louisville proper up here. Yeah, right over there, there's a... whatchamacallit? I don't know if I'm quite ready to fight these guys, but if I were to fight them indoors, I would have better shots. I'd also have poorer visibility, so I would need the vehicle if I was going to do it that way. I wish you could put butter in a salad. That'd be pretty cool. So if we think about what directions they can come from, we've got this fence over here. So the number of them that would be coming at us from the right are limited. It's going to be the left and the top. Now fatigue could hit us at any moment. And at this rate, I do feel like if the fatigue hits, then we're going to fall back. I mean, there's no feel like that's exactly what's going to happen. This doesn't feel like a very good idea. And the truth is, it's not. So we're not going to spend too much time doing this. But you see how tight that crosshair is. Ooh, okay. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. Yeah, more coming from this side than I expected, so fall back with the truck a little bit. Losing daylight faster now. Almost out. It's not that I'm too concerned about daylight while we're indoors, but I want the ability to see my exits. And would you believe me if I told you that people on Steam are saying that the M16 is useless? It's useless if you don't count your bullets. Let me put it that way. Otherwise, we just got an arc of death around us right now. Yeah, honestly, 30-30 is probably something I would be sacrificing for pipe bombs at this point. Very successful operation. We took a chunk out of them. There's plenty more. But I do believe this will conclude today's stream after we get back to base and get things situated. Maybe I'll do some cooking so that I don't have to do too much cooking at the beginning of next stream. Cooking is one of those things that's like, I feel like I could do it at any time where things are kind of at a slow point. So that could be the beginning or the ending, but yeah. Respirator can go there. Also, my armor, we're done with it for now. Alright, K2, I'll probably catch you in the next one then. I gotta do a little bit of that myself. I've been putting it off. Don't know if I'll manage it, but yeah, might be doing the same. Yeah, the BF pistol, I didn't hate it, but I mean, okay, so the BF pistol jammed. We're level 8 aiming, and it's full condition. I actually thought that wasn't supposed to happen, but well, looks like it does. Perhaps there's more to it than that. Yeah, this, I never should have taken the patrol revolver off of my belt. It's just too good. And I think we can at least get my crops dusted, as it were. Yep, everybody is now to the next phase. And therefore we can now take 5 bags compost total. Five bags equals 20 crops, aka 2 rows. I do things in rows of 10 here. Doing compost in bags of 5 at a time means I should probably just do this. I feel the sacks can go to Mr. Hungs for now. Or at least that's where it would go. Mr. Hungs is quite full. How about in gardening then? At the very least, they appear at the top of the item sort. Alright, we'll spend the rest of the evening on cooking. Yeah, Zacto, that's, he gives you a, numbers for breeding pairs. I have not successfully bred anything but a couple generations of chickens. We have had cows pregnant for the entire game so far. As in well over a year at this point. Not a single one of our cows have given birth yet. I don't know how realistic that is. It doesn't sound very realistic. I don't think there are very many mammals that have a gestation phase longer than a year. I don't know. I don't pay attention to that kind of stuff in real life, but all I know is they reduced, or they made it so that pregnancy takes longer for animals, so yeah, mission success, I guess. 56 days for PZ. We haven't had a single calf born that I know of. Like, I feel like I need to go back to Phallus Lake and double check now. Those cows have been pregnant for the whole game so far, as far as I can tell. But I don't know. Maybe I just haven't been paying close enough attention. 280 for cows. Again, that sounds a lot closer, but it also, I don't know. I feel like something's weird is going on with my cows. Yeah. Well, 5 a.m. All right, so I do believe that calls it for today, folks. Let's go ahead and get our second sleep and end things on a morning note here. And I always recommend taking screenshots of your base as they progress, even though we got fog today. Now that I've gotten this door put in, if I pop it open, I can even see my south lot. Right? I can see part of it. Better than none of it. But of course it's fog today, so I don't think I'm going to start putting this new helmet of mine in any thumbnails anytime soon. It needs some work. The warping didn't go as well as I thought, so the D lost all of its rigidity. Don't read too deeply into that statement. All right, folks. Danny shall bid farewell. And these days, I'm backing up my save every other session because hard drive space is becoming a problem now. So we'll back up our save next time. Otherwise, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Most likely going to be Friday. I do believe I'm going to have to go work on site tomorrow. So definitely no stream tomorrow. So I'll see you guys Friday. Peace out and have a good one.